They were all slightly annoyed due to Anthony and Ian's takeover on the main channel.
I mean, it was definitely a big change, right?
We were celebrating and we were just like, oh my God, this is great news. And I think there was definitely an undertone of like,
well, 1/3 of the channel is gone.
Right.
Since coming back into Smosh, I know a bunch of you have some assumptions about Smosh and the Smosh cast.
And this is just the first round of Smosh cast. There's gonna be more to come, y'all.
Agure Dragon says, Chance is the type of person to talk through a movie. Arasha is the type to ask questions about what's going on that will be answered in moments. Courtney is the type to get severely invested.
Yeah.
This is true.
I think that's a little bit accurate for
You
me.
ask questions during the movie?
Okay, it's a discussion. It should be. It's an open forum. Obviously within the scope of like, if it's like a couple of friends just watching movies, I feel like I would definitely be like, now who's that?
No, that drives me crazy, Arasha.
And why did he do that? Why would he?
But it's like you have all the same information I have. We're watching the same movie, Arasha.
But we could predict. we could challenge each other.
Okay.
And how fun if he does what I think he was going to do. So fun. Movie night at my place.
Okay. You know what? And I will be sick that night.
Okay.
But you say, what do you they said you talk to.
I do talk. I react loudly.
Okay.
That's fun.
Yeah, because it's like you went to the movie theater with people for a reason, or you're watching a movie with people for a reason. Actually, I do it by myself too.
Just to yourself,
I
yeah.
100% do it by myself. I'm like, don't,
fair.
bitch, you knew what you were getting into. And he told you the first time.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, I'm definitely the type to undivided attention. I'm locked in to the point where if I'm watching movies with friends, if you're saying something to me, I likely didn't hear it.
I'm curious how on they have to feel in videos and how they cope when dealing with personal issues that come up between them.
For me, I feel like I try to be a little honest with how I'm showing up for the day, and it's usually with being present about whatever we're doing. So if I like the game that we're playing, you will see that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think if I'm having fun, like you will see that I am getting excited. And I think that's with any shoot. Like obviously with acting, with performing, it is what I enjoy. It's what we enjoy. But if it's not something that I have my full heart in, or something that I'm just like, oh, this feels awkward or difficult or challenging in any way, I think it's a little obvious to see that on screen for me. I think you'll be like, what's going on
I think
there?
me too, but then it's not, I will never show that I'm having like a personal conflict with someone on camera.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, absolutely not. No, I'll hide that shit deep.
Yeah.
You'll never know. You'll never know.
Because then it can be dissected in so many different ways.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh,
like, you don't know the full
And it's
story.
funny too, because fans will try to like create some crazy
Exactly.
narratives. I'm
Right.
like, where the hell did you get that? Who told you that? Because you
Yeah.
are so far off the mark.
I mean, and they are able to point out like small looks and glances
Yeah.
that we give each other in positive ways of like, oh, I love the way that like
Yeah.
Arasha just glanced really quickly at Courtney. So then it's obviously like we're also accepting the other end of like, wait, did anybody see that eye roll? Like, was that towards Courtney?
Wow.
And it's like, no, that wasn't that. But we kind of take again the balance, both of those tossed
That's
up in the
true.
comments.
I also think it's harder sometimes to detect when we are having our off days in general, because like I feel like you always come with like, you feel like you both come with such a professional, like good energy. Like you guys are always ready to go. And I love that about both of you.
All of the Smosh cast are friends outside of work.
I'd say right now, like I feel like that's true. It's obviously a job first, but I consider each of you my friends, because I feel like I have great rapport with everybody. Like I can go to Arasha if I'm having just like a shitty hormonal day, or like I go to you when I'm feeling a little icky sometimes.
I think the important thing is like, you know, friend it can be tossed around a lot as a term.
Yeah.
But I would say a friend is somebody that, you know, somebody that you're checking in with, somebody that you're, you know, keeping good acquaintances with.
I think I compartmentalize my friendships. Not that I'm not friends with them outside of work, but I have other friends outside of work that I'm trying to also split my time between. And so it's not that I'm not friends with the Smoshcast outside of work. I am, but I'm also I have other people to see and other people to care to and
Right.
nurture to.
Totally. It's like work friends.
It is work friends,
Yeah.
and it's work. We are in a weird place where our work is so based off of friendship.
I assumed that they all originally wanted to be traditional actors and didn't envision themselves as YouTube stars.
I still view myself as a traditional actor. I'm still acting and doing comedy, and I'm trained fully and have all the skill sets and utensils.
Utensils?
Yeah.
Pork and knife, bitch. Bon appetit. But it's so funny because I think I get that a lot where like on videos it'll be comments and it'll be like, oh wow, you really did that dance. Or like, oh wow, you can sing. Or you really acted. I'm like, yeah, bitch. I would hope so. I would hope so. I like
Right.
trained for years.
Totally. The comments and also just like, I think friends as well, like people who just know that I moved to LA and am doing acting. Like a lot of people have been like, oh, so you're in the YouTube world now. And it's like, no. Also, like this is just another branch of it. Or what I always say too is that it's amazing for exposure. It's
Yeah.
just like putting ourselves out there, and it's
In
odd.
practice.
In practice, totally. Like even just like getting like mic'd all the time, like getting like your frame on camera,
How to
like
be on set.
completely. Like all of that, I think, is just a leg up for us. It's just that extra experience, and in a lot of ways too. Like somehow, like our YouTube channel, our videos, they end up getting a lot more viewership, a lot more audience, and people cling to us, I think, as personalities because we are people rather
Yeah.
than like the actors that you'll see on screen who might quickly appear.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started as a Viner, and I never had a manager, or like an agent or anything. I never pursued the acting career. But when I started at Smosh and people started calling me a YouTuber, I thought it was super weird, and I didn't understand it. I always loved YouTube, and like I kind of always wanted to be a YouTuber, but didn't understand that that's what I was doing when I first got brought on, because I was kind of just brought on as an actor, and eventually started doing some personality content on Smosh's second channel. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I fit in that assumption at all.
Arasha and Chance are tired of being considered new, and all of the old Smosh videos being brought up or referenced can be confusing or overwhelming.
I love being new.
Right.
I've got no problems with it.
Yeah.
I'm just hearing young,
I hear youthful. I hear free-spirited.
fresh, ripe. Ew.
No, I like ripe. I like
Okay,
ripe.
good.
We're ripe. Yeah, I'd agree. I think I also like it. It's highlighting us, I think, in
Yeah.
a different way.
The only time I have a problem with is when everyone's like, how could you not know? Well, bitch, there's thousands of hours of content that there is no possible way I could ever catch up
So
on
much.
Yeah,
and still live my life.
Yeah.
I'd say it's harder than the Marvel universe to like try and even
Way harder.
chip away.
It's like this one segment from this one video that was 8 years ago.
And then the bit just
And there's
like
100
ran and
other
ran and
videos,
ran,
and
and we
it-
have no idea where it went.
In this era, new is good to our audiences because, like, way back when, if someone new came up, people did not like it. Like, it
Really?
took years.
Yeah.
It took years for like the Smosh squad to stop getting like, who are these people? Like, these are like, where's Ian and Anthony? Like, it took years to finally get like people to actually accept and be excited about content with just us in it.
Why do you think that was?
You know, I think that was an era where people didn't like change and they were just used to two dudes all the time, like just these two guys who were best friends. Like, they were best friends. Like, who are these new people? They're not our best friends.
Mhm.
Right.
So,
Right. You get so used to like seeing your favorite people, and then it's like, I don't want
You're
this
not him.
person to take over
Yeah.
more time with them. So it makes sense, but definitely new is usually scary, but I would say we've been welcomed.
Yeah, definitely.
They were all slightly annoyed by their cutback of filming content due to Anthony and Ian's takeover on the main channel.
I mean, it was definitely a big change, right?
Definitely.
It was a big change. Annoyed is not the right word.
Yeah, I mean, when we like found out, definitely it was like we were celebrating and we were just like, oh my God, this is great news. And I think there was definitely an undertone of like,
Well, one
What
third
does
of
this
the channel
mean?
is gone.
right, like what's gonna change for cast. And
Yeah.
I remember definitely being like, you know, celebrating the bigger picture because it's a beautiful story and being like, that's awesome. But also being like, hold on, before I fully just be like, yay, this is amazing, I need to also know more about what this is gonna entail. And, you know, I would say at this present moment, definitely annoyed is not the right word, having seen what's happening with the sketches and them just being able to open those doors to the rest of the cast, and that kind of being at a very gradual process, I think was honestly kind of smart. Just like reunion shows are doing their thing, I think it's like nostalgia first, and just like fully injecting that into people, and I think that that's what they were going for. And then it was like slowly bringing in these cast members who aren't new per se, but maybe new to the audiences that they brought back. And like you said, new can be difficult. So I think they kind of had that in mind, and now are like slowly introducing, giving bigger parts to cast members. And I think that is smarter for sure.
Yeah, I remember we were celebrating and they're like, yeah, so now the sketches are going to be just Ian and Anthony. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, duh. Should have thought about that.
Yeah.
But, and like we were having a lot of fun on the main channel for sure. Like we
were having a lot of fun.
We had a lot of ideas.
Of different stuff. We definitely had some awkward stages where we were trying things. We were throwing stuff at the wall and a lot of stuff kind of wasn't sticking.
Yeah.
Or like, we'd have a small audience of people who were obsessed with something, and then some stuff that was kind of hitting, like, and you know, it's like, oh yeah, all of those are gone, but it's not like they're gone forever, and like that's something that they told me at least early on, and like you said, they're already kind of bringing cast in, and I have a feeling it's gonna be more and more like the cast's gonna be part of the main channel.
Definitely.
I've always wondered if when Defy took over and Anthony left, if any of the Smosh cast felt a loss of identity regarding the channel, being more aimed towards kids and putting on a PG presence and PG characters.
Yeah, so Defy was an interesting time because it was like 30 suits trying to control what was happening. And I think like they must have read some article that said, little teens are where the money's at. And so like I would say even before Anthony left, they were trying really hard to market to super, super young viewers. And they probably went even harder in it when Anthony left because they're like, well, Anthony left, maybe we got to like try and bring in some new audiences. And so like, yeah, I remember like there were attempts at marketing that felt like so juvenile to the point where like, they're like, yeah, this summer, guys, who cares? Take off your shoes.
No.
Play in the hose. And it was just so confusing because they wanted all these young viewers to come watch Smosh. But then if you look at Smosh, that content's not for kids. It's for kids in that like South Park's for kids in that I secretly snuck my parents' little tiny TV into my room at night to watch those shows that were clearly inappropriate for me.
Right.
And like back then, we didn't have any type of creative input like at all. I think on Smosh Pit, which was technically Smosh's second channel for a while, that was the only place where we ever got to like pitch like ideas. We got to like write sketches and stuff for our main channel, but in terms of like big picture decisions, absolutely not in our control. So like that kind of sense of identity kind of was just a cloud floating over us like a lot, I would say.
Chance is secretly straight.
Oh.
How'd they
Straight
know?
Chance.
Oh no.
They saw Love is
very
Blind.
much. You know what? But I think I'm not all the way gay.
Oh yeah, it's a spectrum.
It is a spectrum.
What, so where are you at?
Girl, I don't know.
So what's your percentage?
Enough that I'm gonna say, girl, I don't know that it's a percentage thing. I think it's a person thing, and that's so annoying to say, but it's true.
Yeah.
It is case by case. I would date a woman again.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Magical. Oh my God. That's magical. I'm learning so much.
Wow.
Courtney is gay, homosexual, gay.
Courtney is gay, homosexual.
Good question.
I also
Good question.
submitted this one.
That's so funny. I am queer, and it's funny because like I do get comments sometimes. People like are like wondering what my sexuality is because they probably just haven't seen like anything about me coming out. But I am pan, bi, whatever, and then like demi with men. But women I'm instantly attracted to. Because they just got me. They just be walking around. They really be walking around like that?
I knew Chance was straight.
I have always assumed that the Smosh cast had to fight for attention as kids, and that continued into their personalities through adulthood.
Ow.
I will be the first to say that is true. I said this on Smosh Mouth, but like I was a really bad kid Like I was constantly.
Really?
I thought you guys knew this. I feel like I told you guys.
Oh, this is so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely like better in high school, but in like elementary school and middle school, like I was constantly like taken to the principal's office. Yeah. I really thought you guys knew this.
I don't know if you really dived into
Well,
this.
I never did anything like awful or like rude, never anything like that, but I was very distracting. I was constantly vying for attention. Like I was like, oh, joke time. Oh, this is my time to shine. Or like, oh, I have to point this out. I got to make this bit. I got to do
So
this.
you were a class clown?
A little bit of class clown.
Wow.
And obviously teachers are like, shut up and literally go away. So I did that all throughout growing up. And once I fully was like, I'm going to be a performer, I was like, I think childhood me would definitely need some of that too.
Yeah, as number 5 of 7 kids, it was definitely difficult to get the attention that one would normally want. And as soon as I figured out like a camera, it's like, oh, I can have unlimited attention if I film myself. And did all kinds of silly stuff. But yeah, that competition for attention, competition for food, all kinds of.
I definitely was competing for attention. But where was I competing? I was really good student.
Okay.
But I was also different than everyone that was going to school with me. So I already had the attention on me.
Okay.
And so I think I had to learn ways to channel that attention so that it wasn't malignant intent or like that it wasn't negative intention. So I think that's why I tried to figure out how to be funny, because if you're getting them laughing with you, they're not laughing at you.
Beluga Bean says, I assumed that in early Smosh days, Courtney was pushed to play more of an objectified feminine role.
It's an accurate assumption, I would say. And I feel seen by that. But like Smosh has had so many different eras. And I'd say that in the beginning when I first started and it was purely as an actress, it was like the roles were very simple. Like my names in the scripts were hot girl, or like I definitely played a bikini girl at one point or another. And I think I was so new to the space that I didn't really like understand that what was like going on. And then I think it got to the point where in other videos, when you're just doing like normal tasks and then suddenly like that task is on the thumbnail with like really sexual text of like, what? God, they would get so wacky with it where like I thought I was playing an innocent game with people and they would call it Wet and Wild with Courtney and Olivia.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah, I think it was just like, that's what YouTube wanted and that's what definitely the people working at Defy were looking for at the time. And like, it started to affect my workday where like, people would just treat me like that in passing. And so it did get to a weird point. I think the worst that it got, and when I like finally put my foot down, because this kind of stuff would happen all the time, where I'm literally like laughing in it like during a card game video, and they decided to go back close up on my face and replay my laughing, and then put like a very graphic sexual act happening to me from a coworker.
Like fan edits would do this?
Like, no, this was our team.
That was the thumbnail for the video.
No, it was in the edit. So like when you're watching it, like that, it was like it was like a little cut-in bit, and and so I really freaked out. So like I did call the producer, and like that was my first time like blowing up, and I was really upset because I was like, why are we censoring cuss words and doing all these things and having bikini girls? Like, where is the consistency in censorship? And are we making videos for little teens? Because these sexual acts you're saying are very graphic and not okay and not like a conventional thing. And like I put my foot down and I said from that point on, if you ever want to make a sexual joke about me on camera or in a video ever again, I need to approve it. A lot of that stuff would just happen and I like didn't, I mean, I wouldn't like talk about it that much or like didn't understand, couldn't put into words like what was happening to me. And certainly Ian and Anthony didn't know about a lot of that stuff that went on. Like Ian and Anthony didn't know that the women of the cast were being kind of pressured into wearing outfits that they weren't comfortable wearing for a video because of whatever reason. Because it's like Ian and Anthony weren't around, or like, again, I didn't understand what was happening to me and I didn't talk to them about that kind of stuff. It just kind of like was what was happening to women, especially when this whole team was used to just like dudes, like making comedy together, and having women regularly around and having a say was super new and foreign for a while. But the place that we're in now, I feel like so empowered, and I feel like we don't even touch that kind of content anymore. Like there was a point after that era, especially when we went back to Mythical, where like it was like they were terrified to do anything sexual, and I was like, come on, let me be like a little sexy. Like, come on, you need a hot girl for this scene. Clearly, you're trying to allude to a hot girl at a convention booth. Like, I want to do that. Like, people, it's so weird how wanting to be in control of a woman being sexualized rather than letting a woman have the control or the agency to like, I want to be sexy. Like when doing Bikini Girl for the funeral, people were in the comments being like upset about like, wow, is this all you have to offer? Or like why are you doing this? And it's like, because I can and because I want to. Just because I chose to do it doesn't make it any less meaningful than when two guys write it into a sketch.
Right.
Totally. Like, did you not also see that Bikini Girl's also director? Like, that's a choice.
Yeah.
I love Arasha and Chance, but I know that being a new cast member can garner some negative comments. How has that experience been for them, and how have they dealt with it?
I'm curious about this too. But I guess I want to commandeer that question and be like, what was your guys' first initial reactions to like the social media climate of Smosh?
Very passionate and very involved and active. It's not like a community that I've seen before. And honestly, everyone was like very much on board from the get-go. They're like, who is that? Who is that?
Right.
What is that?
I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah, like personally, I think I was overwhelmed with just feeling, again, welcomed is the best word. Like I felt so loved, and that was definitely new for me, you know? And I was like, just in terms of like, again, exposure and just kind of seeing like comments and like new posts and like fan edits and stuff like that. Like all of that is certainly what felt new. The negativity, it was also, I think, something that, you know, you learn to settle in. At first, it was like very jarring, and it was almost like something that I felt like I needed to be aware of. I feel like I sought out all of my negativity. I was just like, as there were 100 positive comments, but the one negative one about your hair, right? And then you're like, oh shoot, like, what is it with my hair? Like, what is this person upset about? And you just obsess over that. And it took me a long time to just be like, actually, I don't think that anybody truly cares. And the way that I am looking at it, nobody else is. And that's something that I had to get through with in terms of hate overall.
Sweet Mother says, I assume that Chance never experiences self-doubt. He seems so confident and sure of who he is.
Sweet Mother.
Oh, sweet mother. I honestly, I really don't self-doubt a lot. I really don't. There's no space for it, and it's not useful most of the time. I'm super critical, but not doubty and not a lot of regret.
Did something happen? Sorry, you don't have to answer this, but did something happen that made you make that conscious effort? Or were you always this way? Or
I think there's no inciting incident that I can recall off the top of my head, but I think I've always been this way.
I love that.
Probably my Capricorn moon. Money making moves.
I love that, and it comes across like you seem sure of yourself.
Yeah.
And I don't think it comes across like cocky or like overcompensating either. Like it's just you're a force that is moving forward. I love it.
I assume Chance still doesn't know who Anthony is.
Who? No, I know who Anthony is. We've been in a bunch of videos together, and we had a couple parties and things like that.
He just feels like another cast member now.
Yeah.
Right? Now he's new.
Now he's new. It's so funny him going through the gambit of games and shows. And he's like, how does this work? And I'm like, you
let me
don't
show
know how
you.
this works?
That's Kimra, eh? That was me.
It has been fun. And he's not even through all the show formats yet.
Yeah, that's
He's
right.
still got a couple more.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait I can't wait to play Secret Sith with him.
It always feels like Arasha is both thinking so much and not at all at the same time during videos.
Okay.
Like there is a surface of head empty, no think that covers up the 567 internal monologues.
Yeah. Damn.
Wow.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilemma Mommy. Definitely not empty, I would say. I am somebody that overthinks like crazy. I would also say not self-doubt, but more just like I'm taking in a lot at once, and I am constantly like, I sometimes feel like the person who is watching everybody on a screen and able to see everything that's going on and draw those own observations. The truth of it is that at Smosh, there are different personalities, and there are a lot of people, I think, that are very, very like front and center, like you're out there and you're speaking like, more like there are people at Smosh who would never get this assumption. People would definitely not say this about a lot of people. And I think it's because of the differing personalities. Some people are, I'm gonna be loud, I'm gonna be engaging, I'm gonna be energetic. And my vibe is not that when that is already in the room. If somebody else is the loud one, if somebody else is the class clown, I'm not competing.
Right.
And I think that is something that not a lot of people know about me. I really tend to shut down a little bit. If somebody else in front of me is a little too overwhelming, I am like, okay, you go, and I sit back. So sometimes I think in Smosh videos, if people are taking more of the center stage, I do tend to just sit back for a second and just let the chill parts of my personality vibe with the video. But then new toss-up of different cast members, and maybe other people are wanting to take the back seat. And then I am like, awesome, I get to be in the front now and do my thing. So definitely have a lot of thoughts in my head, not empty-minded at all, but certainly not because I'm upset or distant, just because of the personalities in the room.
I assume Courtney may want to direct/produce content outside of Smosh one day.
Ooh. I
like that.
That's fun. I talked a little bit about this on our podcast, but my hope this year of 2024 is to direct a music video. Because I love music so much, and directing music videos feels like a perfect platter of everything I love about creating, because music is so amazing and filming is so amazing, and just like being able to make this gorgeous story, and like music makes you feel things, and like movies and just visuals can make you feel things. It's just like this like crock pot of like feelings and vibes that I like.
That is so you. That is so you, I think.
That's what I wish I could be. Like the reason I struggle getting dressed in the morning, because I wish I could just be a crock pot of emotions and feelings that just makes you feel good and a little bit horny.
Oh, T.
Courtney does a lot more behind the scenes stuff than people probably would think.
True.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah. I mean, people know I direct, but like, I just be around. What's fun about a lot of the Smosh funeral stuff that we put out for our funeral show is like a lot of those edits that we put on socials, I edited. I was an editor first. So like there is a lot of things that I loved doing.
You were an editor first?
The first thing I ever did was edit when I was like 11, and I was editing, and I would only film stuff
I thought you meant
to edit.
small.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
That's Spencer and Tommy though. And so like I loved doing all the things behind the camera, and so I've always had an interest for it. And then when Anthony came back and main channel wasn't a thing anymore, I didn't direct main channel videos. I helped do with like a lot of Reddit stories and like other videos. Because it's just fun, and you guys are so fun to work with.
Courtney falls in love easily.
Oh, that's so true. It actually is true. Not like romantically, like that takes time, but I fall in love with like people and like just like their personality and their existence super easily. And I've had to control that and dial it back, because like I used to think everybody wanted to be friends, and that's not true. Like I'm not for everyone. And so like now I try and take my time, and it's like there's no time wasted because we're all still getting to like spend time around each other. But yeah, I have to be careful because of it for sure.
Chance is shy in public but outgoing at parties.
I'm so quiet in public. I'm so stone-faced in public. And I'm like, get to the place, do the thing that you need to do to complete the transaction. But then at parties,
You're so talented at parties.
I'm very talented at parties. That's true.
Because you're like, okay, who should I go flirt with? Okay, let's go. And you just go. And I'm like, I can't do that. He's doing it.
But it's practice, it's skilled.
And it's well done.
Arasha had strict parents growing up, so that's why she lies really well now.
Yeah, my parents were definitely not like, super loose, I guess, with the rules. But I did not lie because of that. I think that is where that's where the disconnect is in that assumption. My entire family immigrated from India when I was like 1 and my brother was like 3. So as I and my brother were being raised, like my parents were also being raised. Like it was obviously their first time. While we started off being a little bit more traditional and culturally strict, it has definitely loosened up over the years.
Courtney resents having such a large following because of the, as Tommy says, freaks of Reddit.
Yeah, I used to be a little bit vocal about the Reddit. Because remember I mentioned I wish I hadn't found out about Reddit because like someone we used to work at back at Defy was like, did you know that you have a Reddit page where they keep updated on everything you're doing? And I was like, what? That's so cool. I didn't know that. And then I went to it and then it was like Courtney Miller slow-mo jiggle with shirt extra enhanced to see nipple, like crazy. And I was like 22 and I was like,
Yeah.
I was not ready for that. I think one day I might like to go off grid and like live that private life. But for now, I love it. I think I was meant for this life as well.
Chance has a superiority complex.
Whoa, that is so not, sorry, not gonna speak for you, but incorrect.
No, I like it. I like that I give off the vibe. I like that I give off the vibes. No, I don't like it. I used to think that people who were quieter than me thought they were cooler than me. And I think I've tried to adopt that, not in that I'm cooler than you, just being quiet and just being calm and collected, because there's a power and there's a stillness that intimidates people. And that's very Coda-coded from D&D. My character's like very like, he's like high elf and he's just like, he's quiet, he's reserved, not superior, but just like down to facts, doesn't bullshit.
Arasha only wants a famous partner.
That is definitely not true. I mean, that just feels so odd to say it, because I would never be like, oh, I'm famous and I need fame around me. Like, it's very hard to even say that right now because it doesn't feel like fame is something that is even achieved for me at this point. So it's very hard to be like, that's all I want. For me, I'm not looking out for clout.
Chance reads Jimmy Neutron fan fictions.
Correct. No, I'm just kidding.
Correct.
I'm just kidding. But I don't read Jimmy Neutron fan fictions. I don't read any fan fictions. But I will say that my For You page on Instagram, like my Discover page, no, let me speak. Let her speak. It's a lot of like fan art type of things or like combination type of things.
Like fan cams?
So like, no. So like, what if Pokemon were suits of armor? And then it's like, I was scrolling thing, it's like Pikachu has a suit of armor, Bulbasaur has a suit of armor.
And you can't help but scroll.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna look at all of them. I'm gonna send them to people like, which one are you picking? Which one do you like?
In the comments.
Oh yeah, I'm 100%.
Chance is a lightweight.
False. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell.
Yes, you did.
I just take pride. I have trained my liver well.
Nice.
And so it deserves a little praise because it can go.
Okay.
It can go and it can mix.
That must be expensive for you though, King.
You are so incredibly correct, but not if you're not buying your own drinks.
There you go.
What is it about being a Smosh cast member that brings you the most joy?
Oh, I love that.
Honestly, just having a place to be silly, stupid, and safe.
Oh,
That's it.
Silly.
That says a lot. I'd say that my favorite thing about this job, and it's like been my rock of this whole thing, is like comedy is like, it's the cure. It truly feels like we're creating magic sometimes. Like, for example, we see each other, we want to make each other laugh, and like, it feels like we're all just like around a campfire, and like this beacon is just comedy and feeling good inside. And like, I take it so seriously, this job, because 2 out of 3 times when I meet people at a meet and greet, like they say, you got me through a tough time, or like you helped me forget about all the stuff that's going on. And like, I love that. That's my fuel, and I want to be that for people, because it's like sometimes there's nowhere to go.
The first thing that came to mind for me was my favorite video that we've done so far, which was the Eat It or Eat It Indian food. Going back and collecting the reception from it, like, was just such an emotional thing for me. Like, I just got so many responses from people just being like, relating to the stuff that I was saying. Something that felt so like specific to my experience, talking about, you know, my experiences with like the ingredients or these dishes and my mom and stuff like that. It felt like, oh, I'm sharing with all of these people who don't know that. But then it was sharing with all of these people who do know that, and people who are like, dude, like my mom did the same thing, or like, oh my God, like I hated this ingredient, or my brother and I would do this. And so maybe the word is the relatability, and that is when I feel the most grateful. That's just like the representation of who I am on screen when it is valued and rewarded, and then I see it reflected back to me from a fan, is so precious and just so like it just kind of grounds you, you know? Because then it's not a wide array of people that you are just speaking nothingness into. It's people who are actually holding on to your words and then taking the time out to search for you and then being like, hey, guess what? Like, me too. And that is so special.
Is that from the stress of having to save Smosh when Defy shut down?
Probably, yeah. It was around that time.
I was really struggling with feeling like I really had to prove myself.
Oh my God.
Why do people think that we're secretly
Man, these assumptions could really f somebody up.
I would get so frustrated. I was like, stop comparing us.
Tara Lynn Cantor says that you occasionally get insecure that your friendship isn't like it was 10 years ago.
I think I had that insecurity towards the end of our last friendship. Like, I think I thought about that a lot towards towards the end of like when you were at Smosh the first time.
Like 2017?
Yeah. Like, because at that point, like, we weren't hanging out that much. And when we would hang out, it would be like, it would feel like off. And then, so I was always like thinking like, oh gosh, like, what is it? Like, why is this like, why does this feel weird or whatever? But like, I think that like now we've accepted like who we are as like different people. And so we can like appreciate like our differences.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I feel like in our earliest days of being friends, we accepted our differences and we were just two people vibing who had our own lives and own ways of being. But I feel like as we continue to do this Smosh thing, it felt like we were supposed to be more perfectly in line. That coupled with comments comparing us, and then also me feeling like I needed to be funnier, and because the comments was like, Ian's the funny one. And I was like, I'm not contributing enough to this. And I think that there was a lot of comparison that was going on back in those days. But reconnecting, obviously there's a period of time of, I would say it was a little bit weird because we were still learning to reconnect even after we announced that we bought Smosh back. There was still a little bit of that still just naturally had to happen as we got in the rhythm of working together and being around each other so much.
Yeah.
But now at this point, it feels like we're friends as we always have been. It almost feels like we didn't have that period of time where we weren't. And now I'm super thankful that we even had that period of time apart because we both were able to grow separately.
Anthony is finding it harder to adapt to being back at Smosh than he expected.
That is a good one because it's both true and not true. It's like, it's harder in ways I didn't expect, but it's easier in ways that I didn't expect.
Yeah.
Connecting with you, writing, being accepted into the crew, all easier than I thought. Like learning how to get back onto directing and helping with production and all that stuff. Like I wasn't expecting all of that stuff to come as naturally, to fall back in as easily as I have, but much more difficult in other ways. Like I went through a very long period, I'd say probably like right up to the funeral roasts and the video of me getting slapped. Like right up until then, I was really struggling with feeling like I really had to prove myself, prove that I didn't just like step away for 6 years and come back in. It's like, it's mine now again.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I was afraid that I was going to give the impression that I didn't acknowledge the work that everyone had put into it. I was afraid that because I didn't have the experience of being there for that 6 years, that maybe I might accidentally operate from thinking that Smosh was still the way it was when obviously Smosh has changed so much. And it was a lot of insecurities too, coming in and feeling like I needed to be as funny as all the crew. Like you had, everyone had been doing years and years of improv on the show. Like it's built into your work, doing improv and being funny. Well, that was not part of my work for so long. So I was just like so out of the rhythm that I was afraid that I wouldn't be accepted back by the cast and crew a little bit, but mostly by the audience as well. I was really afraid that they would see me as an outsider because I felt like an outsider.
Swifty says that you secretly like the fanfics and read them constantly.
I think like in the beginning when we got a lot of fan fictions, I remember like telling some of my friends about it that like weren't in the YouTube space. And like, I remember like this one time, like we were out at like a bar or something and we were a couple drinks in and I told them about it. And then we like read some because it was like kind of icky and it was funny. So like
the milk fanfic specifically?
I did not read the milk fanfic.
Okay, that's too icky.
We're not going to talk about that now.
We can't talk about it?
It's too icky.
It's
too icky. It's too sticky.
But I think like for me, like I'm not bothered by it. I think like if that's how people want to artistically express themselves and creatively express themselves, I'm all for it. It took me a little bit to get there because at first it felt violating and a little bit of an invasion of privacy when they would take our girlfriends at the time and then like kill them. And then like in our sadness, we would then like comfort each other and then start making out and then have sex. And it was like, okay, like, but you're taking very specific details of our real lives and then like killing people in our real lives. And then that's what leads to romance. And that was weird for me. But after a few years, then I kind of became okay with it. I'm like, look, it's just creative expression. You know, for some people, like in writing, like fan fiction is the gateway. You know, like they'll start writing fan fiction and then maybe they'll progress on to other forms of
Twilight, for example.
You're referring to 50 Shades of Grey?
50 Shades of Grey, that's what it was.
Being a Twilight fanfic.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
And it was like weird and like shocking in the same way that like WikiFeed existing is weird and shocking. That's more violating and strange to me than fan fictions.
I think WikiFeed is just funny to me.
I just think fan fictions are funny.
Funny.
I don't know why.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna, a lot of people love feet. So, who am I to judge?
Mogsy says that you guys kissed once just to see what it was like.
We did kiss.
Oh, we did kiss once.
Just to see what kind of monetization we can get.
Yeah, it was on YouTube. You could go look at it. Kiss currency. Oh, I think you renamed it.
Oh, oops.
I think they kissed instead of paying is the new name.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, look that video up if you want to see us kiss.
Yeah.
And then become a member and click the join button down below when you're there.
Oh, nice.
That video is going to get a big bump. I know.
Go watch it.
Yeah.
There's lots of kissing.
We got an assumption that Anthony is bisexual in the in it, and I got a bunch of likes.
Sure.
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
Sure.
I don't really care if people think that. And honestly, hey, leave it open. Who knows what I'm going to want in 5, 10, 15, 20 years?
Look at that.
Okay, love that.
I don't know.
Ghost Parade says that you get tired of the whole funny one and cute one when both of you are both.
I'm not as much anymore, but at one point that stuff, my ego was very fragile, and my sense of self, my sense of self-worth in general was just very fragile for many, many years. So I would get so frustrated. I was like, stop comparing us. We're in our own lane. And then I would get caught up in it, and I would think about it, and then it would be on my mind. Now I don't really give a I just don't care. I'm doing my own thing. You're doing your own thing. I think part of it came from also me being a little bit insecure about our dynamic. And I think now that I'm totally secure with our dynamic, I don't care if we get compared so much. If someone says, you're the hot one now, or you're the funny one now, I'm like, why do I care what that one person?
Right.
I'm not trying to appeal to every single person on the planet.
Yeah.
There are people out there that will appreciate whatever it is that I have to bring.
I never felt competitive over that, but I will, like, when I think of, like, did I ever feel competitive about the two of us, it wasn't, like, through those comments, but it was just like, oh, man, he's got more followers than me. And that's where like I felt a certain type of way.
Because you thought followers meant...
Yeah, or I don't know. It was just like, oh, they for whatever reason, people are choosing to follow him more than me.
Post more thirst traps.
You're also just like,
Yeah.
But I also like recognize like you're just simply better at doing those things, and I'm just not diligent with like
building an audience.
Doing like the. Yeah, because like for me, I just don't think I'm like as attuned to playing the game.
That's what I think it is that for a long time I saw it as a game to play, and I had a lot of fun with it. I don't think it was a healthy relationship with it now that I look at it. But at a time I was like, this is part of the game. Is like, what can I post to get the engagement, to get the likes?
Yeah. And I would be like, oh, like that's cool that you're doing that and that you're getting that. But I just couldn't be bothered.
Yeah.
But then I would still see the follower disparity, and I'd be like, oh man. But
it just means that more of the game was played. But
yeah, I mean, like, hey, it is what it is.
But that's kind of where my mindset was, even when we like with everything Smosh too back in the day. I think that's part of why we were able to grow the channel so fast. I was hell bent on playing the game.
Yeah.
And that's what like really helped us get our footing. Is I was like, it's got to be this, we got to do this if we want to get. And it's like you were able to contribute in all the ways that you excel in, and thinking of I feel like in a sense you were in charge of bringing the funny, bringing the content, bringing the depth, while I was in charge of like the more analytical, like how could we make this game be played in the most effective way, while you were bringing the things to play with.
You were definitely more content brained than I was.
Yeah.
Like in terms of like you were definitely more interested in like how can we like improve.
I was like distribution, marketing.
And I just like lay on your bed and be like, okay.
Selma Elise Sortland says Anthony secretly hates Ian's mustache.
No, in fact, I started growing a little mustache of my own.
You did? Oh my gosh.
A little baby one. I used to be embarrassed of my own mustache when I was younger because I would not have any facial hair except my mustache would grow in, and it was not cool to have a mustache between like 2000 to 2020. It was not cool. But now I was like, you know what? I see some people rocking them. I see Shane rocking one for a little while. I'm like, I'm gonna try it out a little bit.
I didn't know that.
So it's
I guess
like,
I do see it.
It's a little bit more.
Yeah.
I like shave this down a little bit lower, have a little accent here. It helps elongate the face a little bit.
It elongates the face?
A little bit.
See, the only thing I think about, because I'm still like not totally sold on like, the only thing I think about is like, can you still see my upper lip?
Do you shave it shorter right there around your lip?
I do.
I started doing that too, because whenever I'd like go like this, I would feel the hairs going in my mouth, and it was not good.
Yeah.
It was not good.
Yeah, I keep playing with it. Like if it gets to a certain length, I play with it throughout the day, and I'm like, I feel it. And I probably look like a weirdo because I'm just like walking around everywhere going,
Yeah.
Touch tips at least once.
Touch tips.
They didn't say what kind of tips.
Touched.
Loophole. We found it.
Yo, Ian and I, we touch tips.
Touch tips.
Just once, though.
Touch tips.
Just once.
Julia says that Anthony rotates his nose ring and then smells his fingers. And Ian is the type of guy to say, now a silly one, when taking photos.
That is so disgusting. I can't. That is disgusting.
Does it smell? Does like?
I don't know. I've never f***ed with it because I'm afraid it's gonna like get infected. So no. No.
So you never rotate it?
No. And it would only smell if it was infected. So spinning it while it's infected would be disgusting. If it had a scent, you would know it was infected. So don't touch it. I just don't f*** with it.
I do say, ironically, now a silly one. We took a group photo the other day, and I went, now a silly one.
But people did a silly one.
You have to get a silly one.
You have to get a silly one.
Even if you're being ironic, even if I was being ironic about it, I did want a silly one.
So it's not ironic.
So it's not ironic. Yeah, you really
It's like post-irony.
it's the irony about the irony.
Yeah. It's real deep. You wouldn't get it.
Queen Teen XOX says, you're either being cuddly and affectionate in your shared office or causing problems and chaos for everyone at Smosh. There's no in between.
I don't know how to respond.
Cuddling or causing chaos?
And then on the cuddling thing, we also had another assumption that Anthony is the big spoon.
Oh, well, Anthony is taller than me, so I think like by design, you have to be the big spoon.
I would say, yeah, if we were, hypothetically speaking,
If we
out
were
on
on
a
a-
camping trip and got lost in the woods,
Yeah.
no power, no way to make fire,
Yeah.
warmth, body warmth was the only way that we're going to stay
On
warm.
a plane that crashed in the Andes.
Yeah, we weren't even camping on purpose. It was forced camping.
Yeah.
If there was a spooning situation that had to happen, bodies would probably fit together if I was in the back more.
I think so, yeah. You wouldn't go front to front?
Two spoons,
Yeah.
like just clanking together.
Yeah. I guess like face to face would be weird. Maybe we just go like one this way.
96ing it.
Yeah, 96ing it. Yeah. That's a platonic 69 is a 96.
Yeah.
I think we just invented something new.
Going to 96 with my bros tonight.
Do y'all want to respond to, do y'all cause chaos and problems at the office?
I cause zero chaos and problems. I'm so buttoned up.
Yeah. No, I think that we try to make things run smoothly because Smosh has had so many ups and downs and chaotic moments that I feel like right now we're in this time period where we want things to go smoothly.
Yeah, I'll be chaotic when the cameras are rolling. But
Yeah.
I think I'm a pretty normal, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that, but I'm a pretty normal guy.
Yeah, don't say that. It's not cool to be
In
normal.
the day-to-day, I think I'm pretty normal.
Durkin says Ian gives power bottom energy.
Well, Ian is the little spoon.
I don't know. I think I'm a little too passive for power bottom.
I think he's too much of a pillow
I'm
princess.
I think I'd be, I give a little more pillow princess. Yeah.
Just like our submissive and breedable music video portrayed, that's more of Ian.
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, like, I don't think pillow princess is right, though. I don't think I'm a pillow princess.
Where'd you learn that, pillow princess?
Do you not know that term?
I know that term,
Okay,
obviously.
Okay. What do you mean, where do we learn it? It's just a word
I'm
that...
like, where'd you learn it? I'm just like, y'all are...
I've learned far too many words. and the
You don't even want to say it.
I signed up for a certain dating app that was
Grindr?
Grindr.
Grindr?
Yo, where are all the straight people on Grindr? No,
It says I'm straight in my bio, but all these guys keep hitting me up.
yeah, I learned a lot.
I like to imagine that Ian sleeps and snores like honk shoe, me.
I wish.
I don't think
I
you make
wish.
any... Because
I used to talk in my sleep a lot.
That's
I used to
true.
I used to laugh in my sleep.
I remember when we were younger and we snuck into your room to mess with you, you literally said, don't take my gun in your sleep.
I did, yeah.
Don't take my gun.
I didn't have a gun. I think we had been playing Halo all
We
night.
have been playing Halo.
And then Anthony and other friends snuck into my room to draw a penis on my face.
But you did hear me making sounds in my sleep before.
Yeah, they were frightening.
Yeah.
Anthony
It was
came on a Hawaii trip with my parents because my dad had he was there for a conference, so we got to go with him.
that was right after we graduated high school. It was like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I in the middle of the night I kept like waking up and hearing this like weird creaking sound. And every time I woke Anthony up to ask if he heard that noise, the noise would stop. And then we found out it's because you grind your teeth in your sleep.
I had no idea I grinded my teeth.
And it was this horrible sound.
You mean the sound of bones rubbing together?
Yeah, I want to do it, but
I'm not doing
I
it.
can't even do it. I can't even imagine like
I've heard it described to me before by other people. And it's like,
yeah, it's like a horror movie.
kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, not very pleasant, I hear. I don't know. I don't got to hear it.
Yeah, so you probably don't honk shoe for the same reason I don't, because like we both wear mouth guards.
Do you wear a mouth guard now?
Yeah,
You sleep?
because I clinch.
Yeah. After that, I started,
You grind, I clinch.
I'm on Grinder, you're on Clincher.
I'm a clincher.
But I got a mouth guard after that because when I went to see my dentist, I was like, I asked them a question about it. And they're like, yeah, I do see some evidence of grinding. And then I got a mouth
Yeah.
guard.
I
Yeah.
do see some evidence of grinder.
He's in my mouth. Yep, this guy's been on Grinder. How long have you?
I won't go further.
How long?
I won't go further with that joke.
How long have you been clenching?
It's like I was like, where's this question? How long have you been clenching? Some say I was born clenching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did you find out you were a clencher?
I don't know, but I started waking up with like horrible headaches. And then my jaw would always be sore. And then got him.
Was that from the stress of having to save Smosh when Defy shut down?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably it was around that time.
Batya says Anthony misses Ian's bowl cut and Ian misses Anthony's emo hair.
I definitely miss his bowl cut.
I don't miss your emo hair. I think your emo hair was perfect for the time.
Oh, okay.
And without that hair, we would have probably got like half the views that we got.
That is true.
So I am very thankful for your hair.
My contribution?
Yes. I think it was very important at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But, sometimes you just got to let a good thing go. And I think you let it go at a much better time and much sooner than when I let go of my bowl hair.
When did you let go? What year?
Way too late. Way
I think
too
it was
late.
20.
It was
beginning of 2014 is when I let it go.
I let go of mine around the time that we shot Ghostmates.
Oh, because you had the bowl cut. That was the last time we saw the bowl cut.
No. It was like there's a transitional period in which I like cut my hair back. I think
It was like shorter bang.
Yeah. It was like shorter bangs, but it wasn't like up yet.
Yeah.
So that was my transition out of bowl.
Mm-hmm. So it was more of a loaf at that point.
I
a
don't
loafy.
even know what it was.
It was like a
just
croissant on your head.
It was just like sad guy.
Sad guy?
I just mean like it wasn't a vibe.
Jordan Georgia says that 90% of your conversations are reminiscing on things you've done together.
I don't know
I
about
don't think so.
90%. There's some.
Yeah.
I think a lot of friends, small chunk.
Yeah.
10, 20, I don't know, 10% maybe. It's a lot about now, though.
Yeah.
Whenever we talk about the past, it's about like, what did we learn from the past? How have we grown from the past? How can we do things different now?
Yeah.
But it's not like, oh, remember that time? I don't know. There's a lot of new stuff happening all the time. Like,
Yeah.
if we just talked about the past, we wouldn't be able to do.
Pretty busy. There's
Yeah.
not like a lot of time to. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, like, I'd say like it's like you go through waves, I guess, of like I don't know, talking about like old YouTubers.
I get, yeah.
Or,
I mean, only you and I, like you're the only person I know that could relate to a lot of that old stuff. So
Yeah.
if I am in the mood to reminisce about some weird, obscure thing, you would be the person I would talk with about it.
right. Yeah. Same.
But other than that, I mean, I mean, it's fun to go down nostalgia road sometimes, but
Yeah.
we're not always there.
No.
Rachel Owen says that your near identical laughs stem from that first bonding session, 6th grade science class.
I think sometimes we'll laugh similarly, but I don't think
Yeah.
our like signature
Like sometimes
laughs.
we'll have like, I think we'll sometimes do like that kind of laugh. But we have
that's
different.
like a passive. That's like a understated. Like that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But that super funny laugh, we both have very different laughs.
Yes. I
Mine's
agree.
like Elmo tone. Mine's like
You go-
"Ah!"
You go
like
high.
that.
You go high.
Yeah, mine's like like that kind of. Yours is like
I don't even know mine. Is.
wait, I'm trying to think of what
I don't
yours
think I
is.
laugh.
Like-
I mean, I think it was like good.
Actually,
I don't even
yeah.
know.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
gohul.
I was like choking on my laughter.
It was a gohul. Well,
Yeah.
my super
It's
funny.
like, ha.
Mine's and yours
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. So it's totally different.
Yeah.
But those are like that's like our special move.
Yeah, that's like a fatality.
Yeah.
But in terms of our normal attacks, so I guess
Yeah.
there's a little bit of that.
Kamei Field says that you guys hold hands every time you're in an important meeting, so neither of you get scared.
Well, I did actually in a recent meeting, I did fake propose to you.
That's true.
Yeah.
There was that.
Yeah.
But we haven't held hands.
Yeah.
You know, it is funny. It reminds me that there was a time whenever I had to hold your hand in a video back in the day, I would feel weird about it.
Mhm.
But like if we were standing in a group circle and it was like, okay, for this scene, hold the hands of the people next to you. I'd
Yeah.
feel weird about holding your hand, but like not the other person next to me. And I remember why. It was because we became friends in 6th grade.
Yeah.
And like in 6th grade, you put up this wall. You're like, I can't have anyone think anything weird about me if I'm like too close to my guy friends.
Mhm.
So I like put up that wall, and I think it had never disappeared. And I always just felt weird about that.
Yeah, I think to a certain degree, I felt the same way. But also for me, it was just weird holding hands with anybody that was like a friend.
Any friend.
I don't know. It's like, when do you just like hold hands
Just
with
trying to hold a
friends?
friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like
No.
any sort of like person I was friends with, I was like in like a class where like everyone was like around a circle holding hands. It was like, this is weird.
Yeah,
Also, my
because-
hands would get sweaty.
True, but everyone knows that holding hands is like the gateway to sex. So
Yeah, no, it's like it's written like if you hold hands, you're gonna have sex.
likely, or if you hold hands, it means you want to have sex. So
Yeah, that's true.
that was what I equated it to. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's American culture or what.
Homies don't hold hands in the U.S.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, I'm Spida says footsies under the table every business meeting.
Why do people think that we're secretly?
You're not gonna like the memes.
not platonic footsies. No, I mean we do accidentally knock shoes sometimes. Not
Big-
knock boots
No,
because that's inferring sex.
that's different.
But we do like, you know, like I feel like that always happens. Like when you get a bunch of people around a table and you just constantly kick other people's feet and you go, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And then both people withdraw their feet super far back. So now there's just all this open space.
You know, I think I'm trying to like just go beyond that and try to dissect why do people think that we are constantly like secretly.
Well, admittedly, we have done a lot of queer baiting.
We've leaned into
Ooh.
and you're gonna admit that? Yeah, we've definitely leaned into some of those things. I think it probably started because we were very close friends growing up, and we would go to everything together. It'd be like this friend would invite us to this thing, this party here. We'd show up together. We'd always carpool. I'd pick you up, and like we would go together. We were already hanging out, and I think there was like a lot of jokes that people would make, like, "Oh, is your special friend here?" Like there was some of that implication there. So I think we just leaned into it.
This isn't an assumption. This is just something I wanted to show both of you.
Okay.
I'm calling this bit queer coding Smosh.
Okay.
Oh,
Basically, I've gone through and noticed that there's a lot of moments in Smosh history that are quite queer coded. And I'm just going to show them to y'all here.
Okay.
So this one is called Unrequited Gay Love. And this is from the video Paranormal Easy Bake Oven.
I think I could guess which part.
Yeah.
Yep.
Come on, baby, just one kiss.
Come on, Ian's mom. Little tongue action.
Wait, no, wake up!
Wait.
Well,
It's not gay because I was thinking it was Ian's mom.
That's true.
Well, I don't know. I just think it's a common trope of like unrequited gay love, of like how Anthony was like clearly trying to like make some sort of move for you, but
I was trying to make a whoopee with Ian's mom.
Yeah.
So you don't. So that was not queer.
I would say that one not, but I'm sure the next one you're about to show me very.
So the next one is where y'all were way ahead of the curve on this one. This
Okay.
one is called Trans Men Are Men, and Ian is pregnant.
I'm pregnant.
Why would you ever? Oh my God! How did that happen?
I don't know. I think maybe Antoinette got me pregnant, before I dumped her.
But she dumped you.
No, she didn't.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Then what's this?
So have you ever thought about how many kids we're gonna have?
I think I want to break up.
So men can get pregnant, huh?
Apparently so, and I think it's. I was afraid he was going to argue about the biology aspect of it, and he just wanted to argue about the who broke up with who.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I also want to point out that it is the representation of T for T love, because he got pregnant by his trans girlfriend, Antoinette. I just think there's a lot of representation going on in this one.
Thank you. I'm glad we could be acknowledged for that.
Yeah. It's about time.
Yeah.
It's about time.
Went under the radar for
Yeah.
long enough.
Well, that was because of the agenda.
Yeah, I was in denial going back and forth. It was mostly social commentary about like societal pressure to doubt oneself.
Yeah.
But I got there eventually.
No, it felt, I could see like how much you were putting in, and I could tell that it was very like gender and stuff.
Yeah, I remember when we were writing it, we were like really going down the rabbit hole of like, how can this be the best and most accurate representation?
No, literally.
Yeah, we consulted many experts, went to colleges.
Yeah, we spent that one full day just visiting trans people to get their experiences and learn and understand.
Yeah.
No, that's pretty incredible. Okay, the next one is called Asexual Men Are Valid.
Okay.
Seriously, nothing? What?
And I got nothing.
You've
from
got
it.
nothing going on. And as we know, it's like asexual men just don't get that type of representation, and no one really talks about how, they're like supposed to be sexual, high libido and everything.
Shout out to the aces.
The ace, literally.
But not the ace family.
Yeah, we're not shouting out them.
What do they say asexuals think about instead? Was it the pie? Was it,
I think, one of the ace guys was like, he said he thought about his Legos instead.
Oh, yeah. There was like there's a common thing that ace people say.
Garlic bread.
Garlic bread.
Garlic bread.
You know you are ace if you would rather be eating garlic bread than having sex.
But I'm gluten free, so do you have any? I don't know. This isn't.
You can't get it. You can't.
No, that's interesting. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
If we were really ahead of the curve, we would have put garlic bread in that thought bubble.
That's
You're right.
true. Oh my god.
Okay, so we're actually bigots.
Actually,
Damn it!
kind of ace.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not
to
woke.
be doing that.
So not
We'll
woke.
get them
Yeah.
next time.
Okay, let's pivot. We're gonna do a little meme bit here. All right, so we've got a series of memes here.
Okay.
And
Pull them
you're
up at one at
gonna
a time.
Rank them, switch off, read them out loud, and rank them on S, A, B, C, D.
So these are fan made?
These are all fan made, yeah.
Did you find these on the? Did you
found-
ask for submissions or you just found them?
We found them.
All right. Breaking Bad, if it was epic. Nice.
I feel like I've actually seen this meme. I would put this at D tier.
Yeah, that's super D.
That one's a really good one.
It's pretty good because it's got the word epic in
Okay,
it. It's like
actually-
such a tense
all right.
show of the time.
Actually, I love that it's like cut off.
Yeah, I mean,
think
part
actually-
of the meme is the
okay.
fact that it's so ironically shitty.
It's ironic. So actually, I'm gonna put it up at A
You moved it up to A?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna go back to B.
because I didn't Well, we gotta decide.
All right, fine. It'll be an A.
All right. Anthony, come on, change my diaper. It smells. All right, that one. I'm sorry, but that one's going S.
That's S tier.
That's
this is
S
an
tier.
S tier meme. This just existed on the internet.
Of course it did. Yeah.
That's an S tier meme.
Epic meme.
All right. Anthony after edging since 2017.
Real.
That is true.
I would say.
Well, the implications are.
See how happy I am.
I think the.
Yeah, I'm enjoying.
Are you
it.
into it?
I'm enjoying it.
Let me see how into
I would say that's like. I would say
it.
it's a B.
Honestly, I think it brings it to A because because Damien, Courtney, and Shane love it. This was posted on Smosh Pit?
Yeah, if that's where it is. Yeah.
I mean, maybe somebody.
I like to imagine this is an official post.
Yeah, I think some. Actually, that makes it even more brilliant.
We're raising it to A after realizing that one of our official channels posted this.
All right. That's Ian and Anthony Peg fan fiction. There's hardcover autographed E. Anthony fan fiction in the toilet at Burger King in Fillmore, Utah. What?
What? Fillmore, Utah.
Wait. Sorry. Autographed E. Anthony fan fiction
in the
toilet at the Burger King in Fillmore, Utah. This is so obscure.
I like to imagine that there is a hardcover somehow.
I just don't know what to make of this one.
This one, I feel like it's a B because it's so. I mean, it does a few
obscure,
things.
yeah.
It confuses the out of me.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, funny when something confuses me too much. But it's so hyper specific as well.
Yeah, I feel like this was like this. I feel like this is like Gen Z made this one.
Oh, for sure. Oh, I've seen this one. Imagine you are watching YouTube videos and you hear a knock on your front door. It is Ian and Anthony from Smosh. Hey, beautiful. Anthony says, shy and nervous. Ian leans in to kiss your lips, but Anthony stops him. No, she's mine. Anthony leans in to kiss you.
I've seen this one many times, and it's S tier.
This is absolute S tier. It's got 3 acts in it. It's got twists. It's got turns. It's
yeah.
This is good. M. Night Shyamalan
It's S
turned this
tier.
into a movie.
Yeah, it's S tier because like I don't know if the original author of this meme was being sincere.
It's hard to know, right?
Or it was a meme. Like I truly don't know because it could honestly go either way.
I love it. S tier. All right. We tried pegging. Okay, this one gets me because our expressions on our face really look like we just tried pegging.
That face when you just tried pegging?
It's this. Yeah, I can clearly imagine if we just tried pegging, that is what our facial.
Yeah,
if
you
we were
look like
happy to
you look slightly in pain.
Yeah.
So I think you were the catcher in that case.
I don't know. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
and I
fair
look
to
very
say.
satisfied.
That's fair to say. I think this is S
I didn't
tier.
think my peg game was gonna be so strong. You know?
I'm putting this at S tier because it got me. It got me so good.
Sure.
Oh, this one's hand drawn. Me telling bro how down bad this girl got me.
Oh my god. All right. There's a lot of layers. There's a lot of layers to this one because they made it out like it was a TikTok. It's from an account that's called I Heart Hot Moms. They made me look really good.
Oh,
it actually it kind of gives me like I'm kind of envious.
Bro, we both look good here.
Like
though.
I'm freaking stacked.
Dude, so am I. This is gonna be my inspo.
Yeah.
My fit spo.
But I just love the idea of like, this is just how we hang out. and then I'm like, how did the date go? And you're just like,
I feel like you're the one telling me how your date went. You got on my lap to tell me.
Yeah, you're like, hey man, how'd that date go? And I come over, I'm like, look.
You're like, I am so down bad for this girl.
So down bad for this girl.
Oh yeah?
That's incredible.
What makes you so down bad for her?
Why is that art so good?
The art is stellar, honestly. I'm gonna have to go check out the I Heart Hot Moms TikTok account just to see a bit more.
This just reaffirms that there is hope after Twink death.
We're back. We're back in a
We're
big
so
way.
back.
This is S tier.
Okay.
Hashtag Anthony with Rhett and Link kissing? Is this AI?
But it's they did that. They've done that to us, but they also like found a different photo of 2 different people.
They found 2 emo guys kind of look
like
similar to
us,
us,
yeah.
and they photoshopped the hair to look more like us.
I don't think they photoshopped it. They just kind of looked like us, and everyone was convinced it was us.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll put that at. I mean, it's funny because it is Rhett and Link.
It's layered.
So
It's a B to me.
I would say B.
B.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, this one's real fried.
Oh, what do your followers think of you? Freaky squirter?
Let me I'ma eat it.
Throat goat.
And then nothing for that shirtless one.
I could dick you down on some low-key ish.
Deal.
And backshot demon.
Oh, wow. Oh, and this was posted by Slay World Albania. This is feeling S tier.
That got me good.
Is it A or S for you?
I'd put it at S.
S?
Yeah.
This is S tier.
Yeah.
S tier content.
Okay.
That got me. I'm gonna be thinking about that one for a little too long. I
was gonna say S tier. S tier.
Is that?
We don't even have to get into it. That's S tier.
All right. Mew and Anthony isn't. I like how it's not about anything. It's just fucking in general.
Yeah, I care about my boy's sexual health.
I read it wrong. It's Mew and Anthony isn't.
Oh, less funny.
Less funny.
Less funny. Because I just like it. Me like when you just generally are not.
I like the idea that you're just looking out for a homie.
Yeah.
And you're like, I want him to be.
Well, when I sit on your lap, I'm like,
yeah.
Are you
f***ing? You're not. Well, you're not. But it turned it into this, and I'm not as into that.
D. All right, last one. This is gonna be the spiciest of all memes. I know it.
I don't know. We saw you. It was in there.
I'm getting a little peek.
No, flip it.
Oh no.
Flip it.
Oh no.
Flip it. Oh.
Summertime in California.
And California's not even spelled right. And
It's so crunchy.
what is
I
that?
can't-
What it says? I'm getting pretty.
It's so crunchy. I can't even read it.
Wait.
I'm getting pretty damn hot.
Pretty damn hot. Yeah. I'm getting pretty damn hot.
And they've photoshopped our heads onto a gay.
And they made sure to put by Sarah on there, like just in case someone was about to rip it and not give Sarah credit. That took some work to Photoshop, I suppose.
I think the big by Sarah is what makes it for me.
Yeah.
Was this like, I have a feeling like this was album art for a fanfic.
Like the poster.
The fanfic was called like Summertime in California. California, yeah.
Yeah, the by Sarah makes it for me because she's got her own branding for her name.
Yeah.
Like she was like, this is gonna be my logo.
Yeah.
I've seen it before though.
You've seen this before?
No, but I've seen our faces photoshopped on gay before.
Yeah.
And it's like it's been done so often.
So
I'd say it's a C, but it would have been an F if it didn't have by Sarah on there. And California being spelled wrong really gets me too.
California does get me there to a C.
Yeah.
All right.
It is. We've looked into it, and it is fanfic on Wattpad.
It is fanfic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it called Summertime in California? California.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you want to read like the last sentence? Should we see how it ends?
Yeah. Can we see how this story ends?
Okay.
Wait. Can we read the first sentence and the last sentence?
Yeah, for sure.
We don't need to read the whole thing.
Okay, yeah.
I'm guessing it starts with, it was summertime.
All right, the first sentence is summertime in California. Looks like it's gonna be another hot day. All right, Ian, would you like to read this last?
Oh, well, actually, I'll read the line before. Anthony smiled, kinda, just to see if what they write for us is true. If it's not, I won't bother you again about this, but can maybe have one kiss? I love how bad this English is.
I don't see why not. If it helps clear your mind, and God knows we are drunk enough to do it. Hell, come here, Anthony. This is so spelled so wrong. Ian said in a slightly slurred voice.
Wow.
Come here, Anthony. Come here.
Shout out
Sarah. Trademark by Sarah. Copyrighted by Sarah. Written by Sarah.
All right.
All right, y'all. Let's.
Damn. That got spicy and heavy.
That was fun. Okay, let's get a little bit more serious. I want to pivot a little bit.
That wasn't
more.
serious?
Go from
That was, I mean,
That's pretty serious.
that was serious. That fan fiction was very
Yeah.
Very
serious.
serious.
Super Mega Gatorade says that Anthony looks like he regrets a lot of childhood decisions, but chooses to relive them because his tattoos absorb the trauma and give him power.
That sounds like the plot for a really good fan fiction. Wait, what?
Yeah, I know.
Regret a lot of childhood decisions. No.
Because like also as a child, you're not making decisions.
Also, you can learn from the past and you can grow from the past. You can look at that and say, I'm glad I'm not that way, or I'm glad that it did happen so that I could be the way I am now. But I continue to what is it? But I continue to
You relive them.
relive them. Oh, like in my head. I guess I relived childhood stuff to try to learn from it in a therapy sense. So, okay. And then the tattoos absorb them. That's a funky one.
That is.
But I will say the tattoos help remind me of decisions that I make that I want to continue living by forever. So I guess there's that sense. I guess. I don't even know how to answer that.
Yeah, that's an obscure one.
That's a tough one to
Yeah.
answer. Yeah. Okay.
Was that written by Sarah?
That was. I wish. Blinky Blinky says, I don't know why, but you guys give me the vibe that one of you says growing old is mandatory and the other says growing up is optional.
I mean, right now I look like the growing up is mandatory guy. Right
I'm
now.
definitely the.
This is my first time trying button up under sweater, and Anthony also showed up with button up under sweater.
But I look like the guy that won't give up being young.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I will say, for sure, I was like, I remember when we got back together and started writing scripts and sketches and stuff. I remember there was a moment where you're like, should I play that character? I feel like I'm too old to play that character now. I was like, no, we got to fully commit. Like, we were too old to play these characters when we were playing these characters before.
Sure.
We should just fully commit to
Yeah.
like just messing around and being childish again. And I really do believe that aging is a mindset. I think people's minds start solidifying and...
Yeah, because we both use Blood Boys.
Yeah, it's a mindset when you have infinite access to Blood Boys.
Yeah. So we will live forever because
Yeah.
of our Blood Boys.
Mm-hmm. So the tip is get in while you're young, make enough money, get Blood Boys, stay young.
Live forever.
C is Me says that your on-camera and off-camera interactions are slowly becoming similar as you grow more comfortable with each other and reestablish your bond as best mates.
I'd say that's closer. I would say off camera though. Off camera we just talk in a little bit more of like a casual tone. It's like understated.
Yeah.
But I feel like on camera I feel the need to amp it up a little bit more.
Sure.
As I think is natural whenever you're on camera and you're like, time to be entertaining. People are watching this. They're going to click away at any moment.
I think that on camera, you're always going to be a little bit more animated.
And you're trying to be more succinct and...
Yeah, because if I behaved how I did in real life, it...
Yeah.
I
don't know. I mean, honestly...
I'd just be like this.
Yeah.
And...
I would just be like this. I feel like it is getting a little bit closer.
And it's just like, that's, yeah. Yeah, but I do agree with that though, because it's, I feel like we're able to be more of ourselves.
Yeah, I feel like right when we started making videos together in this new era of Smosh, there was a little bit of me like pushing, okay, we're supposed to be friends. I know we're friends, but like I want to bring it. I want to show it. Now I don't feel like we have to. It just happens more naturally.
Someone assumes that you'll need to have very clear boundaries about your private lives now.
I mean, I think we talk about our boundaries when it comes to like the boundaries that we set privately and like publicly, like in terms of like the things that we share in our private life. Because you and I have both experienced like the wide ranges of like how much we share with people online and how much we, you know, may benefit or suffer from those things. It's kind of like always an evolving process of like, how much do you let people in on you know, your life and who you are beyond like the character that you're portraying online.
But in terms of with like each other,
it
feels like, I don't know. I
tell you like pretty much whatever. Like we talk about
we talk about whatever. We talk about everything.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, don't talk about that, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like everything's on the table.
Yeah, because like fortunately for now, we don't have a podcast where we're just like sitting and talking. Because
Right.
I think if we were in that situation, like it would be like, because I know other people that are like this. They start to talk about something, they're like, wait, save that for the podcast.
Oh,
You know, like where everything has to be like
content.
Yeah, used for content.
That's just weird to me. I don't think I could really get down with that with someone that I'm really close friends with. You know.
Yeah. It's like that. That's where like the content is intruding on, you know, your private life.
Danny says that even if you've said you think everything needed to happen exactly as it did, you still regret wasting so much time distanced from each other.
No, it literally needed to be that way.
I mean, we were both so busy and
we needed to grow in so many ways.
I don't know. Like, I don't really care.
I mean, do I kind of wish I could have seen you in your blonde Ian era or your bowl cut Ian era, like legit bowl cut Ian era? Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But other than that, no.
I don't feel like we missed anything.
No,
You know,
and the
it's-
things that we missed, we could talk about.
Yeah.
Like,
it's not like, oh man, I can't do that with Anthony because I'm not 32 anymore. That's interesting. Like I could see where that question is, or I could see where that assumption is coming from. But but I don't really feel that way.
No.
I feel like we spent that time apart. We both grew. If we tried to reconvene any time between there, might not have been the same.
Yep.
And
although I would say
things worked out.
I would say we would have had some good pandemic times together, just getting really disgusting, playing video games for like 40 hours straight or something.
Yeah, I guess yeah, we could have played some video games. That would have been nice.
Yeah, would be
Yeah.
nice to play some video games.
Yeah, I played some 50 Cent. The 50 Cent game.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Yeah.
Now we're too busy working.
Speedbird says that Anthony is the guy that goes missing all the time, and Ian is the guy running the ship at Smosh.
Well, I will say that, you know, your time is fragmented a little bit just by the nature of this channel.
Yeah.
Because you spend more time, you spend time on this channel, whereas I don't.
Yeah. So you get to put all your 100% of your energy.
Yeah, I
toward
could put my
Smosh.
whole he cocks sissy into.
And you don't hold back.
Yeah.
Yeah, my time is a little bit more fragmented. But at the same time, I feel like you and I both know like where we can each pull up or like show up more to kind of balance it out.
Yeah, and also like I'm not like running the ship. Like there's a very capable group of us that are running things.
Yeah, we both put a lot of energy in working with a lot of amazing people to make sure that the right people are in the right spots to help us get things done.
Yeah.
And our schedules are very precise in where we each need to be at what time in order to make the things happen.
Yeah.
And we show up when we're needed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people understand like how most of our days during the week are scheduled out to make sure that we get the stuff done.
Anthony's scared that his new workers / employees at Smosh won't like him.
Man, these assumptions could really fuck somebody up.
It's a good thing that it's not gonna fuck me up. But for real, I was scared for a while. I definitely felt like I felt like I had to prove myself. Even though I knew that people would ultimately accept me, there was a part of me that was afraid of not knowing if people really did because of the position that I'm in. I'm like,
sure,
would I really know though if they didn't like me or accept me.
Yeah.
But with enough time here, and working with even like doing after work outings and just getting to know so many people, I can tell that they genuinely. I mean, I'm not trying to like be the most lovable, likable person to everyone, but I could tell that everyone seems to enjoy my presence enough.
Enough.
I don't know. I'm not really I'm not so caught up in it that it's like, does this person like me? Does this person? Because if I was, then I would be like frantic and super neurotic all the time. So I try to just I'm comfortable with where I'm at, and I think people like me.
I think you're good.
I think people like me.
I think you're good.
I've mentioned it to you before, and you've said the exact same thing. I think you're good.
I think
you're
good.
I was like, all right, that's all I need to hear, really.
Yeah.
Really, I feel like you probably would have a better read.
I think you're good.
Okay.
Anthony and Ian are soul tired.
Soul tired?
Soul tired?
Is that like our souls are just drained?
I mean, I was soul tired in some of the years in Anthony's absence. I was definitely soul tired.
Those the Defy shutdown era or what?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. After like the shutdown and just like trying to take things, trying to keep the ship going, and it was just like, doing things that like I didn't think were my strengths.
Oh, it actually said soul tied, not.
Completely different.
Okay.
Assumption.
Well, I guess we just made up something.
Soul tired. That's
Soul
a
tired,
thing.
yeah.
I was like, that's
okay.
a Gen Alpha thing for sure.
We are soul tied.
Soul tied.
No, I think we just like really get along and we vibe, and we both appreciate our senses of humor. We're both extremely good looking. It's just like we're a great pair for what we do.
Ian would be the type of guy to start floating when he smells a good pie, but right as he starts levitating towards it, Anthony drops a cartoon-sized anvil on his head.
What the
You don't get that?
No.
It's classic cartoon.
Oh,
I start floating, and then you drop an anvil on my head. I guess in this scenario, I am the Tom, and you are the Jerry.
This is the Tom and Jerry dynamic.
Are you Jerry coded or are you Tom coded?
I think I'm more Jerry coded.
You think so?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm more Jerry
Leave a comment down below. Who is Anthony Jerry coded?
Your strength would be you smelling the thing and going toward it in an entertaining way. I feel like that's you coming up with a bunch of really fun ideas for a script.
Okay.
And then me, no, that kind of implies that I shut your ideas down or something.
Yeah.
Boom.
But you do. No.
I'm gonna get. You mentioned that in a video at one point that I shut down your ideas, and I still don't get that. You shut down my ideas sometimes too.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because my ideas are better.
I try not to look at comments often either because you see that one comment and it will mess up your day.
Up until that point, all of my characters were just batshit crazy. To make a character that was the complete opposite and for it to work was really fun.
We only want Ian and Anthony. It's just like, well, I'm sorry I'm here, bitch.
That's a good drawing of you.
What?
Very accurate.
What?
Mellow Psycho asks, do y'all get tired of long-running jokes or bits about yourselves?
I don't mind. I like it. I would rather it be around a joke or a meme than something else that people are like clinging to.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like I've manufactured it a lot of times.
Like Munch.
Munch was that's one people don't know about anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that one died. That one died out.
Dang, I'm still on Munch.
But like the It Is Monday banana stuff, like even You're My Favorite Pizza Place was like something that I kind of kept doing until people like got into it. I'd say the one, I'm not tired of it, but it's funny because I think people think I bring it up the most, is I made a joke forever ago. Or no, we wrote it into video games in real life. And it was about a Resident Evil character, this giant vampire lady.
Okay.
And I was playing a character where I was like, oh no, I hope she doesn't come in here and me. Like that would suck. And we wrote this scene out. And then people just started to be like, yeah, Shane really wants to get.
Oh
and then it kept building, and then Garrett did a joke in my funeral where he sang a whole song about it.
Okay, I do
and I was
remember
laughing
that.
about it. I was like, this is hilarious. But it kept getting brought up, and I think people think that I bring it up all the time, when in reality it's just been a running gag. And so when I posted my Instagram post for this, there was a lot of things of like, well, you make so many jokes about getting you
Like,
must.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
God.
I haven't actually said that many. Like I said
was
it
a
in
written
reference
joke.
to it was a reference to a video game.
But
a couple
this
years
was
ago.
scripted too, right?
It was on the scripted sketch,
That's
which
crazy.
I was surprised that those rarely get the same momentum as our like
Yo,
try not to laugh.
where's my camera? Where do I talk? I need a camera to talk to. Hey, we're actors. We are actors. What you see, especially in something scripted, even if we have our names attached to it, it's a joke. It's probably usually a joke.
I don't mind though. Like I think it's funny.
He does mind to get. He doesn't want to get paid.
Boom Girl Bucko says, I assume Keith has wanted to leave Smosh for a while.
Boom Girl Bucko came
Boom
in.
Girl was like, all right, enough jokes.
Boom girl, damn. Woo. Okay. Okay, so there have been times for sure, even in recent times where it is things change and there's times where I've been complacent. There's times where I did not want to be there. Let me be truthful. But there are other times where I do want to be there. And as of recent, I'm happy to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's been like a big roller coaster for me from a lot of things like behind the scenes, just to sometimes feeling overlooked, you know, and not feeling seen. And I've also questioned myself there, and it's like, where do I belong? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like for the longest being like the only like black guy in the cast, black person in the cast. Person of color, it just really like it was difficult to find my footing here. You know, at certain points I didn't know like who was my friend. You know what I mean? Just like the things that I have to go through personally.
Yeah.
So to find some sense of peace as of recent all over again, it feels good. You know, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I don't know. Like they feel like they can. But yeah, I'm happy right now.
Piper Menendez says, Angela was the girl at sleepovers who would always cuddle you and whose hands were always slightly sticky.
Whoa.
That's
That's just me.
yeah. Angela, you were a little piece of shit.
Okay, so Keith doesn't want to be here and I'm sticky.
You were sticky.
I was.
They're saying you
I
were
was.
when you were a little kid.
The first part's crazy, that I wanted to cuddle and touch.
I feel like they're saying something there.
Okay. Lot to break down here. Everyone always comments on how excited and like little sibling energy I am when I'm around everybody. And I think it's just because my brother and I were very just like separate in our house, like, and our parents were constantly working. So I was alone a lot. So I feel like when I am on Smosh, specifically on camera, there is like a younger kid who's hanging out with their siblings that comes out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, I have all these brothers and all these sisters. And I think it's because of like the games and the things we're doing. It's not really like super like highbrow stuff.
Right.
So I get so excited. I was that kid at the sleepover that was like, oh my God, we're having so much fun right now, right?
And you're sticky as well.
I don't think I was sticky. Maybe just if I always had hot Cheeto hands.
That's sticky.
That counts as sticky.
Kylie Dunn says, I assume that Shane knows he's considered the backbone of Smosh and he feels a lot of pressure to be funny because of it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Jesus.
Can I say something before you go?
Okay.
Shane has definitely been the backbone of Smosh. Like, straight up, dude. Like, straight up. From when you came in and just, like, you take more of a leadership role than what you think you do. And you do it, like, right. You do it with class. You do it with, like, kindness. You don't have to try to be funny. You're just that. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, you are just that. And you are the backbone. I believe so. I truly believe. I'm giving everybody their flowers today.
Yeah, damn, Keith. I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that personally, because I feel like my strength is that I'm very good at playing off of other people. So I never felt like I was like oh, people like want to see me. I'm just like, I'm good at seeing other people's strengths and building that dynamic.
And that's exactly what it is. I mean, I think it's like I think you hear backbone of Smosh and you hear like just you. But it's actually that you just invite. And like from the first video I was in with you, like it's a connection thing. And that's why I think it's not you alone being the backbone and us being behind you. I think it could be easy for you to think that.
Exactly.
But I think it's just an energy you bring that invites everybody in.
It's hard. You can't say that. That's the thing. Like, we can say it for yes.
I don't know. I guess from my perspective, I just see so much strength in just all of us working together. And that's obviously what the whole brand is. I think also from a job perspective and working full time, I see the work that goes in behind the scenes, and I can't help but be like, no, the backbone's actually Kiana. Like, it's just kind of like, that's, I think when I think of that, I'm like, when we get on camera, like, you know, I feel like it shifts all the time.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's all of us together and it's our dynamic that is the backbone. But I constantly think about who's the one like organizing this all, generating it all.
Everyone is a bone.
We're all a bone.
That's funny to me. Can we not like overlook? We're all a bone.
All a bone.
You're just the boner.
Let's go, dude. Boners.
Logan TEM asks, do you think some people hate you just because you're not Anthony and Ian?
Well, some people did hate us because we weren't Anthony and Ian.
But it wasn't, okay, so we thought I feel like behind the scenes, everyone thought the rollout was going to be kind of rough for us. It wasn't that bad. Of course, they want Ian and Anthony all the time, but we got a lot of love from like the fans. But then, of course, you get a few comments where it's like, man, we only want Ian and Anthony. It's just like, well, I'm sorry I'm here, bitch, you know? Like, but beyond that, I don't think for me, I try not to look at comments often either because you see that one comment and it will mess up your day.
Yeah, I would say it always was a smaller group of people. Like those were like 1 out of 10 was negative, but most were positive. And especially on Smosh Pit, because that channel wasn't really like, there wasn't a lot of views there when we started. So we built that audience kind of anew. And I really do think our audience nowadays is super accepting and super open.
Yeah.
I rarely see hate comments nowadays.
How did you feel coming in? Because I think it's kind of a blur to us too, since it's been so long. Yeah. So like in the past year and a half, how did you look at comments? Did you feel that you weren't accepted by like the community or anything like that?
Yeah, I came in when Anthony was gone, so I didn't really understand the power they had together until he came back. And we went to that VidCon, and I was like, oh, like suddenly it did feel like, for a quick second, it did feel like us and then them. But then so quickly it was just like, oh no, we're all in this, and it feels, I don't think I ever feel like less than. Everyone does a good job at making it feel very supported.
I assume that they get tired of how fans kind of fit each of them into a genre of comedy. Like, yes, they each have their own unique approach, but I bet it could be stressful to try and fulfill something that you've been pigeonholed into by an audience.
I understand this because we do that with stories and we do that with sitcoms. Like on sitcoms, there are like the archetypes. There's like the loser, the girl, like it's just a thing I think you do with media, but then it breaks when it's like the parasocial thing where it's like, oh, these are real people versus these are written types of characters versus like, it is a way for audiences to be like, I know you, you're that kind of guy.
Yeah.
And that's a way for them to connect to you. And I get the harmful parts of it, but I understand it's just like, a part of watching people on TV, I think, or on YouTube is like, so like, I think that's always going to be a thing. Like you're always going to have a type that people put you into because they don't know you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's as much the fans doing it that I worry about. I think sometimes behind the scenes, me as an individual, I will start to fall into certain like things and I'm like, well, this works. I do this thing. It works. And you do have to kind of be like, oh, I have to change it up. I need to change it up for myself. And also just for when we're writing sketches or even just in the videos that we're making, it's a matter of also not like at Smosh pigeonholing people and going, well, Angela does this thing. She does this type of energy. So we'll put her there. It's like, well, have we given her the chance to do something different?
I remember when I was like first coming on and they would like have like an open pitch for characters and stuff. I was pitching a lot of like musical stuff or like something with a musical element or a character that played an instrument for me to play. And then I remember just being like, oh, I should not like pigeonhole myself as just like a musical theater person.
But at the same time, that's like what you like.
Exactly.
too.
So it's like a line I walk where it's like that is a part of me, and that's like but then at some point you're like, I just want to make sure that just as a writer for yourself, you're like you just want to pitch all types of roles for you to play.
Yeah. I think that's what was really fun for me when I created the character of The Chosen, because up until that point, all of my characters were just batshit crazy, like yelling, nuts, and so to make a character that was the complete opposite and for it to work was really fun.
Whoa, I never looked at it that way. He's like, very grounded and centered in who
literally
he is.
super quiet, sunglasses on, the whole point is to have no expression and be quiet.
That's so
and
funny.
it's awesome. It's much easier to do. But Courtney freaking Miller, I was doing for years, and I was like, my head hurts after doing it.
That's so interesting because I even noticed that with Bath Legacy, where it was like a Betrayal Legacy. I was like, the first half I was doing like what I thought was just my bread and butter, which was crazy chaotic characters.
Yeah.
And then towards the end, I was like, oh no, I want to play like some weird, like off the wall, different types of like another volume level of a character. Yeah. And I was like, I can do that. Like it's
and those often hit.
Yeah.
Because you're like, you're going against your norm.
Taking your time.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Yeah.
Dang. That was good.
So I wouldn't say it's an annoying thing. I would say I understand it.
Dawn Park assumes that Shane just gets home and screams for a few minutes after a long day of filming before he cooks or something.
That couldn't be more the opposite. No, I feel like even at work in between things, I'm like very downplayed. Like I'm not a loud person typically, but definitely at home, super quiet. Yeah. Like I go home, I do cook. That part is correct.
Yeah,
but,
nailed it on that.
But I love not talking.
Yeah.
Wait, we should talk about why we think we're loud. Like,
why we think?
Because you're not necessarily a loud person.
No, it's
but
when you're on camera.
Yeah.
On camera. That's all they see, y'all.
It's because I think you and I are similar in that regard of we commit really hard. Because I've always been of the belief, one of our former bosses, Joe Beretta, always said this of just like, anything's funny if you commit 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
And so I'm a believer of that of like, I don't think a lot of things that I do are funny, but I'm just like, but if I just go as hard as I can, it will be something.
And that comes out in volume.
And it often if a lot of times when I'm extra loud, it's because I don't have any ideas. So I just get loud, like truly. Yeah. And it's also an improv thing of like pick a strong emotion.
Yeah.
You know, I was just watching something recently or like talking to somebody and I said it's more embarrassing when you don't commit.
Oh,
100%.
When you don't commit, not committing is the worst thing you can do.
It looks
100%.
so bad.
It's one like, and I thought back on the times just being at Smosh and the times where I did not commit, I went back home just and felt so bad about the moment because I didn't go deliver all the way. I didn't push all the way through and I'm like, whoa.
But it's vulnerable. It's so vulnerable to try and try your hardest at something and be like, this is me trying.
Sir Spark says, I assume Keith's struggle with cancer has changed the way he thinks of himself and his job.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Going through it, I knew once I got sick, I was like, I have to do certain things differently. I knew that I needed to go out and experience life a little bit more, but it was certain things at the end I started to realize like I had some like what of a negative and nasty, vile thing about me. And I think it might have been because I was going through what I've gone through and just things growing up as a kid too. I feel like we hold on to so much of what we've gone through and don't realize that we're still holding on to it until it's like, whoa, like why am I angry? So it's definitely changed me. I'm trying to be more, because I had to realize I have somewhat of a mean side. Sorry. Don't
You
know
just look at me, you're just like, yeah, bitch.
But like I do, and it's like, I feel like sometimes I may be triggered by stuff or whatever, and me being triggered does not justify me being a bitch.
But in that, I'll say like, in that space, you're feeling like it's a fight or flight that comes back probably, where you're like, I have to like, because what a trigger is taking you out of the current moment and
don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
Don't know what's going on. But I think the more that it happened, and the more that I like allowed that, because I was going through stuff, and the more I allowed it to just poke out its head, you get comfortable within that. So then you really like. My mom would always say, "What's in you is gonna come out." And over time, that kept happening, and it was just like, okay, what's going on with me?
Yeah.
What am I dealing with? What aren't I? Like, what am I not dealing with? Let me try to deal. And as of recently, like even just these past few months, I've been trying to be more intentional with how I react to things. I still can go there, and it's like, it's a process, but also just being very just mindful. You know, like I do pray, and I'm just like, yo, and I instead of like asking God for things, I thank God for them. I'm saying, thank you, God, that I'm kind to people. Thank you, God, that I am nice. Thank you, God, that I make people feel good. Cancer definitely changed me. It didn't change me overnight, because now I'm finally looking at my issues. You know, I was able to look at them, and I know I got a lot more to dig down and find. That I haven't necessarily gotten to yet, but the ones that I have, I'm like, oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I assumed that the video where Keith was enabling Angela's cheating made them grow closer and more powerful. A lot of powerful references. And they will now strategically work together to take over Smosh games.
Awesome.
Well, I honestly, that's not true. You're assuming wrong, because I don't want that job.
We will take it over. And I won't do anything.
I love Smosh games, but I don't want that job. Let's leave that to Spencer and Alex.
I do feel like when you and I are together, it is fun to just like with everybody a little bit.
Absolutely.
And I think you and I love to cheat on board games. I don't know what it is. Arasha's that way too.
This is the thing. I feel like cheaters sometimes win, so if we don't go for it, we probably won't win.
It's so true.
So let's just like make it happen, Captain.
Yeah, but like people like Amanda, Chance, they will not cheat.
And I don't understand.
It's like a moral thing. And sometimes I'm like, it's just so funny.
Yeah, honestly, it makes the videos more fun.
And of course, I wouldn't cheat like on a higher scale of anything. But when it's a board game and the stakes are high for no reason and they're actually low, it's fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think let's be clear. When we're playing a board game, our goal is to be funny. Like our
Not
goal
to
is
win,
Our goal is to make this board game funny, because
That's so true.
if we played it all just genuinely very seriously, we'd be very quiet and we would just be focused on the game.
Exactly.
I've seen debates on this, because some people, of course, get upset when they see cheating. They're just like, that's not fair. Like, that's bullshit.
They get mad.
But then other people are like, it's just entertainment.
It's just,
I think all I can say to those people is know that once we cut, we're all laughing about it. Like, all of us are laughing about it. Like, we care more about what we want is to make those moments in a board game. What sucks is when we get through a board game and we cut and we're just like, was that good? Like, that's what sucks. And so if someone cheats and makes it a big moment, it's like, thank God you made that entertaining.
Exactly.
Also, like, I'll say that, like, it's so easy to forget that we're playing these games to like a bunch of people who are doing their jobs in the quiet. Like we don't have like an audience like to like like tell me that this is funny or not. So truly, I think that first video where like we were playing Who Memed It and you saw me cheating and you started laughing at me, I'm like, I'm gonna do it again and make him laugh again because we are each other's audience.
Right.
Like
That's what we're going for.
And if I made you laugh, I'm just gonna do it again.
We'll get back to assumptions, but let's do this little segment where we're gonna have y'all create a tier list of these memes that are about y'all.
Great.
Oh, wow.
Let's look at some memes.
Let's get it.
First one.
Oh my God.
Keith, that's none of my business. Keith, 2 seconds later, going for it.
That's like me in real life. I'm just playing.
It's none of my business. Okay. It's accurate.
It's accurate.
As you said. But I don't think it's like standing out to me.
Yeah, I'm not slapping my knee.
We're not. Look, this is the first one, so this is kind of. I don't want to say it's not mid. It's not.
But it's around B or C.
B or C.
Ooh, depression. Me and my mind. So that's your mind slapping some depression.
Oh, got it.
Got you.
Oof.
That's heavy.
That's pretty good.
Relatable, because that is the face you make when you're like,
yeah,
I'm getting a wave of anxiety and depression.
I think it's it's good.
It's really good.
It's just
I think it's better than the
sucks.
first one that we've got.
Okay.
It's just sad. you know?
Okay. We put this as A.
Yeah.
All right. Angela at the halftime show.
Oh, at the Anthony's funeral.
Anthony's
halftime
funeral
show.
halftime show. You and Chance brought it.
Killed.
And you brought it too.
Yeah, you did
Just
too.
popped my back, man.
It was great.
This is good. I mean, it's just.
Is it a roast? I can't tell.
It's not really a roast. It's just kind of like you were sicko mode.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sicko mode.
You were there. I think it's just kind of me.
Yeah.
It's like
for
stating what we're doing.
Me watching Marvel somehow make a worse show than She-Hulk. Okay. So it's a Marvel meme.
Roast it.
They didn't include the second part. This to me is a fail because it's not the full meme.
Exactly. You need the last picture.
It's
the last
like
part of
just the
meme.
Old Testament. We need the New Testament.
Right. We need to finish out.
Yeah, let's
For
just put it over
Bible.
here.
Put it over there.
Yeah.
D maybe.
Yeah, but that is an iconic meme of myself.
We don't have it in the stack, but I guess can y'all rate that format of Keith with those two images just as a whole?
That meme in general, I think is very funny.
It's popular
It's
for a reason.
perfect.
It flies.
Because it sets up you. Well, that's great.
Someone literally sent it to me this morning, like
Sucks.
in the middle of filming this.
That's wild.
How often do you come across it?
Every few months, you know.
Assumption,
every
do
few
you
months.
hate it?
Do I hate it? Okay, no, I don't. Like, I appreciate it because it makes people feel good. It makes people laugh. The one part about it is just like future, like in the future, it's gonna be there, and I don't know how mature I'm gonna be. Right now, I'm a little immature, so it's like that's dope. But later on, it's
For your
like,
mature era.
Grandpa, what are you doing here?
Exactly. Or like, say I decide to run for office. You know what I mean? I don't think I am, but I just never know.
That comes out.
That's great. Actually,
Like, is
that's
anyone
good.
ever gonna want you to officiate their wedding? Because in the pictures, they're always gonna be like, "Is that the guy in the meme?"
Yeah. Oh, that's
No, it's
tough.
actually kind of cool.
That's kind of awesome.
It's actually
kind of
sick.
cool, yeah. My mom's childish, and I think I'll be childish for the rest of my life.
Me minding my business, walking down the street, random white people.
Yeah, that Vine. Yeah,
It was a Vine that we made forever ago.
And people are now doing this. Like, I've seen this done in different ways,
Like
and I'm like, you
they're
guys
making
are the
face?
first.
This meme has resurfaced a bunch of times. It usually includes Courtney as well,
yeah.
also doing the face. What sucks is it cuts off the end of the Vine, which is my favorite part. It's Olivia walking into like a room. She looks over and she sees me, and I'm just like, and then she looks over and she sees Courtney like look at her with that face, and then she goes to turn around, and then Joe is right behind her, like.
Oh, that's so funny.
Just white people everywhere doing that
my
face.
God. This is the thing, because I love this, but also because I've seen people do it after you guys. Like, they totally took it.
Oh, for sure.
I'm gonna say this is
But
like
also,
A+.
Oh, yeah, this is A+, but also us white people were doing it all the time.
Yeah, truly.
I catch myself doing it all the time, and I'm like, damn, I am the meme and I'm doing it. I forgot that's a big meme too.
Did y'all
It's really
create
big.
that?
We created it. We did
was
that
a
Vine
whole
forever
thing,
ago.
yes.
So people don't realize, like,
Yes.
we did that joke with the intention of I'm doing the white guy face.
That's crazy, because that was
Isn't it
before
crazy?
jokes became trends, where you could now you could take someone's joke in the name of a trend
Yep.
and be like, I'm doing this trend.
Exactly.
Okay. When she stops f***ing you.
Holy shit! Here we go.
There it is.
How do you feel about that, Shane?
You know what? It's funny. It's fine. The font is crazy.
The
Pink
font is crazy. This hits for me. I think it's great.
You think it's great?
It's great.
What do we put it here? We put it A or B?
No,
or-
yeah, right there.
Never ask a woman her age, a man his salary. Angela, what happened in 2011? In Beppardy, Angela thought she said 9/11 happened in 2011.
It happened in 2011.
9/11.
They did it?
Now everything is going to be about this for you, and I hate that for you.
Okay, guys, you know.
It's
I'm
a
just
common
saying.
okay, because
I was in the 4th grade in 2001 when
we
it
both
happened.
went to performing arts high schools.
What?
But it's 9/11. The 11 represents September.
No.
11 represents the date. See, I'm dyslexic, so I can't even
September
say this.
9 is September, 11 is the day.
The day.
And then it was 2001.
And it was, yes. And the number, see, when I mess this up, it's that 1 in
No, there's really
You don't
no
have to
excuse.
explain yourself.
Yeah, like at this point you're making it worse. I tried to
just
go there with you, but the more you
sweet,
explain
and
it,
I just make it so much worse.
No, what was great is like, it's also, it's one of those times where I'm like, we had filmed a bunch of shit. Like we also we get in these videos and we're going. We're not trying to be answer correctly.
And
we're just
truly,
going nuts.
the punchlines I'm going for are low hanging fruit. I made a boner joke an hour ago. You know what I mean? Like, so you're just grabbing shit. And I remember being like completely on autopilot. And you said something about it being like in 2011. And I was like, yeah, because we were too busy thinking of something else. Because I'm like, okay, great, 9/11 joke. I'm like, and then we moved on.
Wait, no, didn't we go? No, that didn't happen in 2011. You go, right, sorry, that happened in 2009.
Yeah, and then I said it happened in 2009, which is so insane.
9/11.
Yeah, 9/11. Oh my God. Oh my God. But then Kiana behind the camera was like, what do you think happened in 2011?
Oh God.
But now it's
so
just
random.
I think this is A+ because the way it makes you feel.
It's good.
Like,
it got a reaction.
Yeah, for sure.
That sucks.
Oh, this one's nice. This is a joke. Angela, do you recognize this? I'm curious. Yes. You do know?
Yes, this is sniper chest.
This is not sniper chess. I did a joke forever ago where I just would wear like a jacket with no pants underneath, and I was the sassy leg infantry. And I'd go around, I'd just be kicking my
and he's just
legs
like
around.
walking like
It's very
this.
silly.
It's so silly.
Yeah.
It's good.
I think this is just kind of middle of the road because it is like what
This
is
feels us.
what is it referring to?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh God, what?
Oh, there it is.
Best one hands down. Best one hands down.
Okay, I have to tell you guys, it was so funny the other day. Noah, I wish I put it on camera. He just like genuinely comes up to me and goes, has anyone ever told you you look exactly like Chris Kattan? I was like, Noah, like, do you read the comments or have
you seen the video?
No, he hasn't.
There was one video where we talked about
just
it,
one,
but like
but
a
now
lot of
everyone
comments.
just says, that's Chris Kattan in a Smosh video. Because I said, that in college everyone thought Chris Kattan was my dad.
Okay, so one of my dreams growing up, like just like as an actor, was like, yo, I want to play Chris Rock's son in a movie.
Oh my God.
You should play Chris Kattan's daughter in a movie.
Oh my God.
I think that we can make it happen.
Yeah, I mean,
they should like star opposite each other, and we can.
That's crazy.
What if that happened?
That'd be so cool.
For sure.
They found a good picture that looks like him. I will say. So this is pretty good.
You always
So,
look
A?
like him.
Yeah. Nah, yeah.
Angela in today's Bepardy, confused screaming. That one's pretty good.
Jesus.
That's a good drawing of you.
What?
Very accurate.
What? What?
Joking.
That makes me want to. Oh my God.
You don't like it?
I mean,
I don't like it, Keith. You think I love it?
I love the memes that we've gotten where you are like a crazy monster.
I will say like the like monster, chaotic, devil, like feral guinea pig assumptions are the main ones I get.
Yeah.
Like I haven't screamed once in this video.
You're talking about this one here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Here
this is not
today.
the
I sat
place.
at a table. This is a crazy image.
There's no screaming on the Anthony Padilla channel. Do we want to do that here or just there?
Yeah, put it there.
Yeah, put it
Okay.
there for sure.
Last one.
Unless they drew that, I'm like, what?
Interact with art department or draw 25 Shane. So this is a reference to my guessing people based on their favorite things. I never get art department correct.
That's funny.
Like guessing people's favorite movies, TV shows, all these
And you
things.
never get the art department right.
Art department's the one that always escapes me. To be fair, you guys know our studio. Art department
They're
is
the-
they're off on their own. They're cool. They're dope.
They're so cool and
They're actually
mysterious.
very
I'd say
cool.
they're the coolest.
They
and
are
the most
very mysterious.
They're all cool except for Alex. I hope he sees this. Alex
Alex is a different vibe than the
Couldn't
rest.
be
of
cool
them.
if he tried.
Alex would get hit by a bus, and I would not care. I hope he sees that. Alex, I love you.
Alex- love that.
Alex
He's
talks.
gonna love
I
it.
would say out of everyone at Smosh, all the shit talking we do on camera, it does not rival the shit talking that Alex throws at us on a daily basis.
I'll be so tired and in one of those moods where you're like, works hard, right? Not in the best mood, and you're like walking, and he's just like, "Hey, Angela, your nose looks like a," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go get a glass of water. Thanks, Alex."
Alex has definitely hit me with some cancer jokes, which I accept. So that's all I'm saying. If he got hit by a bus, I wouldn't care. Love you, Alex.
It's so insane, man.
Okay, that's a good one. Though. That's
Yeah,
good.
I'll put this here.
Yeah.
That's because it's accurate.
I'm going to go through y'all's stuff that you posted on Instagram. You got a lot more deranged assumptions over there. So we're going to do this as kind of a rapid fire round, and I want just like a 30-second response.
Great.
You're the prettiest girl at the party.
Me? No.
You weren't loved as a child.
Oh my God.
Damn, I was loved as a child. Look, I drowned as a toddler, and they did resuscitate me. So they had
That's love.
They had to have loved me a little bit. They'd be like, well, all right, we'll bring it back.
You wipe front to back.
That's nuts. Because he does.
We're like, Keith, what's your cancer journey? Shane, do you wipe front to back?
So how do you wipe, dude? No comment.
You giggle and kick your feet up when you're excited.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You have to think about it.
Have you noticed I am a knee slapper when something's really funny?
Yeah.
I do slap my knee.
Bottom.
Okay, I got so many that were like, "You're gay."
Did you get a lot
gay.
of bottoms?
No, I get a lot. Well, people say because my last name's Top, so people love to say I'm a bottom. But truthfully, a lot of our fans think that I'm bisexual.
Yeah.
And they're determined. They want me to be bisexual so bad. It started when I was cuffing my jeans. They think, and I'm like, no, it's because I'm short and I have to cuff my jeans, or else they crumple. But no, I'm not bisexual. I'm sorry.
We have bisexuals coming in next. Do you have any assumptions about bisexuals that you want us to ask them?
That they cuff their jeans. Do they all cuff their pants?
Yeah. I mean, cuffing comes in and out.
Sorry, I don't wear boot-cut jeans and rock a Dave & Buster's t-shirt. Should I be wearing that?
You seem like the type of guy to swallow a boiled egg whole like a snake would.
No, I don't do that. I do eat hard-boiled eggs every morning.
What?
Really?
I have two or three every morning, but I cut them in half. I put some
Your face
hot
says
sauce on
you
them,
meal prep.
and then I do the everything bagel seasoning from Trader Joe's on top of that.
Incredible.
It's delicious.
You're low-key depressed, giving off the Robin Williams expertise, and I worry for you.
Whoa.
No, that's super intense. As we said earlier, there are times where I'm definitely like feeling sad and down, and I'm able to put it on and perform.
Yeah.
But no, Robin Williams is a whole other thing.
Yeah, I think they're just saying you're as funny as him.
No.
Yeah. That's
Sorry,
what they're saying
I
for sure.
refuse to accept
Yeah.
that.
You are actually two kids in a trench coat trying to get into an R-rated movie.
That's true. Do you see how big my clothes are? No, I'm not.
No.
You miss the old Smosh, parentheses, you're Ian.
No, I'm looking toward the future.
I gotta follow up. What do you think is better content-wise, like earlier 2015 through 2018 or now?
I did love doing sketch back in the day. That was like my thing. We got to play multiple different characters. As of now, it's like more so personality-based stuff.
Yeah,
So
that's
I guess I do like the old Smosh more.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe I do.
So you do, correct.
I guess, oh, damn, but I am not Ian.
You secretly love bubble baths.
Ooh, do you like bubble baths?
I have not taken a bubble bath since '85. I love showers, so no.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You're high in almost every Smosh video you've been in recently.
Care to answer that one?
No. Next question. No, okay, so let me say this. There was one video that I was high in for sure.
Yeah.
It was great. What was it, Shane? I forgot.
It was Stoner Parking Lot.
Stoner
it was on Smosh
Parking Lot.
Games.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah. So like I got to
know.
smoke. And when I was going through my cancer journey, definitely was on an edible because I was in pain.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
Duh.
Absolutely. Right now, debatable.
Your phone is never above 40% and you're always stressed about it, even though it's your fault.
Whoa.
What is it at?
You know that's true, yeah.
Where's
That's
it at?
crazy.
Where's
Can we
it at
check
now?
your phone?
What's your phone
Do we
at?
have it?
I feel like your phone's at like 62 right now.
It's at 61.
Oh!
That's pretty low. That's pretty close.
Yeah, I've gotten better. For some reason, I think I'm not even on my phone a lot. I think I just don't charge it.
You adore tomato soup.
It's literally true.
Yeah.
You are actually Bug, who is pretending to be Angela, not the other way around, as one may think.
My D&D character, and I think that that makes a lot of sense because I think that's I'll do a 30-second answer and say I relate to the character a lot. I'll leave it there. I relate to this kid that's trying to gain his confidence.
And you are the hardest on yourself, and it's difficult for you to realize how talented you already are.
Sweet. I'd argue that I think I am the hardest on myself because I want to beat the haters to it.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't you feel like you want to think about the mean things said about you before they do?
Oh, absolutely.
Because it loses its power.
Alex is harder on all of us.
But yeah,
Some parts of your apartment are pretty clean, but others are a wreck.
that hurts.
Sucks.
Yeah, that sucks. I think this is true for everyone.
Well,
You don't like mayonnaise.
I don't hate or dislike it.
You actually liked the cat food.
That's a lie.
Do y'all feel that pressure at all of like everything that y'all do is immediately going to be talked about by the fans? Because I feel like y'all's fans have such a strong relationship.
I think
with
that's
y'all.
why you have to watch what you put online. You have to be very like we have lives outside of this, and I'm sure like there are certain times to protect the brand, to protect ourselves, to protect our family. We would never put those things online. You know what I mean? Like you have to keep certain things to yourself. I feel for people who put everything online. They're like, why does everyone feel like they're in my business? Like, why is everyone in my business? Because you let them in your business. You know, like keep things to yourself. But that doesn't bother me because I just asked if they had assumptions. You know,
Yeah, right.
Like, what do you think?
making it their
What do you
business.
think's happening?
Yeah.
Like, what do you think is happening right now?
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, because you don't know.
The things that we put in videos, the things that we're saying and doing in videos, it's like we're doing that intentionally for like that's what we're sharing with you guys, and that's what we want to have fun talking about. If we're not putting it in videos and you're trying to seek that out, that's when I get mad. Some of the information we were talking about earlier of just like when they're trying to figure out our sexuality in ways that I'm like, well, if we haven't talked about it, then it's private. So like if we talk about it, then then we're inviting that conversation. But
Yeah.
I feel like we share so much.
I know. At some point, yeah, this stuff that we don't share, I get the hype because you're like, oh, it's like a hidden Mickey. But at some
That's literally
point,
what it is. Yeah.
But at some point, it's like you gotta. I like being private. I don't like telling people my business. Even when my friends have my location on their phone, I'm like, I don't want you to have my location.
Yeah, that's weird to me.
But I also love our fans, and I want to say I love when they have hype about a project. That they know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
So,
what
like,
it's about.
I do love it.
We love the community.
yeah.
We love the community. Look, you got your tier?
Yeah, we got
No,
the tier.
Is that good enough?
Okay, now you can stop now.
Great content.
Shit was easy.
This was sponsored by Elks.
Shit was way too easy. Imagine.
God damn.
In order to be really good at our job, we have to know each other in order to improvise off of each other, and we have to be super connected. That is rare in a lot of jobs.
Because I am like a cis-het white dude, there is this sense of like, well, you don't really believe that though. You're not really like listening to those folks. I'm like, no, but I do. And whatever I say online is legitimately me. I'm not just gonna say something to say it.
I kind of felt like a little bit of a nepo baby, where I feel like, I don't know, I didn't earn it like everyone else earned it.
A lot of people kind of assume that y'all, once the cameras stop rolling, y'all are just kind of waiting for the next shoot.
No.
Well, they put us back in containment.
Yeah, we go and we charge into the wall and we go.
They feed one of us depending on performance. It's pretty cool.
I mean, I feel like last week I wasn't a shoot week, and it was one of the busiest and more stressful weeks that I've had in a while.
Yeah.
Like I was just doing so much stuff, I felt like.
Yeah, I think we all have so much going on outside of shooting Smosh, which is great, which is like what makes us kind of, dynamic.
Yeah.
I would say like we're doing shows and we're doing voiceovers and we're hanging out with friends and we're connecting with family and
It's important to have a balance, and I think we've all found that pretty well, at least from what I can tell.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Like, I definitely overwork myself, and so lonely isn't the right word. Alone is often a good word because I'm kind of doing my own thing and staying very busy doing that, but it's not like, oh man, like Trevor won't even give me his phone number. I can't even hit him up if I want to,
Yeah.
So
I wish I just went and played video games for the intermediate time. Like I wish I just had a week of doing stuff and then the rest of the time I wasn't doing anything. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I learned for me, the more that I'm shooting on a regular basis, I desperately need introverted time. So in fact, some of the alone time is necessary for me, or else I get really, really burnt out.
Yeah, same.
I found that when I was going into an office, it was a lot easier for me to separate my life from work. Like I could just turn off my brain to work stuff But now that I don't have that, I feel like it's even harder for me. Like I'm constantly thinking about work and doing stuff on my own. And like, I'm finding that on the weekends after work, like my brain is always running and I need to really be intentional about like shutting that off, not thinking about content and just like, I don't know, reading a book or something.
I think I'm happiest when I have a really full plate that I'm able to manage.
Yeah.
But you do sort of hit the wall at a certain point where like, if I have to miss a Thursday stream because there is a booking or I'm gonna go do something social, I'm always like, well, I could maybe add one Friday night before my flight to Oklahoma. And some people are like, you don't have to, you can just stream later. And I'm like, no, that's 2 free hours before I leave for the airport. Like,
I think it's so hard to say no.
Yeah.
That's something that I'm learning is like no is a complete sentence. Like I will say yes just so much because I literally want to do it all.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, oh yeah, I'll do that show or blah, blah, blah. And then I'm just like, need to be charged.
Do you find it's harder to say no to others or no to yourself?
Great question, Damien.
Thank you for watching Assumptions, only on Anthony Network.
I find it harder to say no to others. I feel like I've let them down, especially when it comes to like work. But like a lot of my friends are in my industry, are in my creative world. So I find it harder for me to say no to them.
What was it like to get comfortable with not only the audience, but also other cast members?
Well, mine was like a different journey. I don't know. Mine started almost 5 years ago, which is insane.
Yeah.
I feel like I was really freelance. So I met the cast in like little like moments. Like I met you at like a different time. I didn't meet you all at once and you were all like, hello, Amanda, welcome to the cast.
Right.
It was like Shane at random times or like Courtney at random times, Olivia at random times, you at random times. So it was like, I feel like I didn't fully integrate into the cast until like a couple years. And then when I did, I was like, oh, there's so many different moving parts of this cast. And I loved it, but it's funny because when we did my funeral, people were like, oh yeah, I was like, I wanted to say so much, but I didn't know so much. And I was like, oh, I was super private.
Interesting.
I didn't realize how private I was the first like 3 years. I don't know if it was on purpose. I mean, it wasn't like meant to be like protected, but it's just like I didn't know you all at once. I wasn't as like tight as I am now.
I think, at least in my experience, Smosh functions a lot socially as like a big group.
Yeah.
And like I personally get really close to people in like one-on-one or smaller dynamics where you can like open up and talk about real stuff as opposed to like how's the weather. And I love everybody at Smosh, but even now like there is such a group dynamic and it's hard for me to specifically have the same kind of closeness I would.
Yeah, it's more ensemble now.
Yes.
Where I feel like back then, like my first sketch was with you.
Yes. Which one was that?
And Shane and Ian. Home Depot or something.
Home Depot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Way back in the day.
The music's in my head now.
Yeah, so that I felt like I had more one-on-ones. But I like to get all the information, so I feel more like comfortable to open up when I have like the whole information as a whole. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
So now I feel more, so I understand. So you're like more one-on-ones.
Yeah, very much so. And I think when there is a lot of moving pieces in a group, sometimes I have a difficult time figuring out the dynamic or like when I should jump in or like, you know, things like that. So sometimes I think I maybe come across a little bit, curmudgeonly isn't the right word, but it's just like a little bit like removed, like a little bit aloof.
It's funny because I feel like my first interactions with everyone is like pseudo coworkers because we were in the same office space, but not really coworkers. And so my first conversations with everyone were usually just in like the shared kitchen. Like I remember that was the first 10 times I talked to Ian, like we were both just getting coffee at the same time.
Hello.
Joke's on you, he's always getting coffee.
He's just in there, man.
I just pour these back and forth.
Yeah, so it was a very slow introduction, I feel like. And then once I started being in videos and kind of like coming over occasionally, I kind of felt like a little bit of a nepo baby. Almost, where like I was like a Rhett and Link like nepo baby where, oh yeah, Trevor's here, like Red Rover, send Trevor on over. And I go over for a video. And then like, yeah, and honestly, I'm still like kind of struggling with feeling that way where I feel like, I don't know, I didn't earn it like everyone else earned it. I didn't audition and come in and like have to show off like what I just kind of like appeared. I don't know. I feel different, I guess, than everyone else because, I mean, Damien, your stream and your content, but you also do voice acting and you're an actor. And I feel like I'm not that, whereas everyone else like is, and they're, doing auditions and trying to book stuff. Yeah, I came from culinary school and like I just feel like a different background. And so I find that sometimes I feel like it's hard to fit in, but I feel like I'm getting closer to everyone and yeah, it just might take a little bit.
It's funny, I don't see you as a nepo baby at all. I see you as like someone who paved their way with Mythical and did something totally unique, and we brought you over because you're so good at gaming, which is like, hello.
Yeah.
Compared to me,
finally someone that can take down Amanda, maybe.
You're like a little bit below me.
Yeah. You'll get there though.
So I don't see you as a nepo baby at all.
No.
I see you as like, oh yay, we get to like, they're sharing. They're sharing you.
It's no less valid. Like you do very much belong here, and you're very good at it.
Thank you. All right, I'm healed.
Someone assumed that the age gap between cast members makes it hard to relate on screen.
Are we talking about me?
I think it.
She said the age difference makes it hard to relate.
Drive me home,
Did you not put your hearing aid in this morning?
Hello. You boys are young.
It's me, Damien from work.
Damien from work.
I'm Anthony's son.
Are you my son?
No,
it's me, Trevor, your great-great-grandson.
Oh God, I never liked you.
No, I think it adds to it. I think that having like a dynamic group of people is fun. Like it leads to stuff like me being, I'm a little Fortnite gamer, and you like not knowing
and
what
me being
Fortnite
like Fortnite,
is.
a fort and a night.
It like leads to fun, like different like pop culture references, like things that I don't get. And it like people find that funny when I make a dumb reference that you don't get, or you make a reference like Trevor's so young he didn't get that. And I mean, you could say that about anything. You could say that about people coming from like different backgrounds, like growing up on like the West Coast or the East Coast, growing up in a religious family or not religious. Like, okay, whatever, my bad. But
like, I have this neighbor. She's 65, and damn, we get along so well. Of course, she schools me on so much stuff. She's like, you know this? She's like, you don't know that movie? I'm like, no, I actually don't. But it's kind of fun. Then I get to like watch that movie and be like, like, I think it's great.
Pepper says Trevor clinged to the Smosh cast while working at Mythical because he wanted to be around people his own age.
Oh my God.
Well, got news for you, bud.
Well,
that's really
that's
funny.
Right, I'm 21. It's pretty cool.
I was the young kid at Mythical. I think for like 3 years, I was the youngest employee. And I don't know.
That's why you feel like a nepo baby.
Is that why?
I don't know.
I don't know. It probably has something to do with it. Because I was always the youngest. And it was always a joke and a bit that like, oh, Trevor's the young guy, like bring him in. And I don't know. I think that I cling to the people at Smosh because they're awesome, because they're really fun and cool to be around. And it's stuff that I love to do. Like I love doing like kind of improv comedy and being funny in a looser format.
Yeah.
I love being in Mythical Kitchen videos, but it is different when, food is the medium of the funny. It's a different type of performing, I guess.
I also feel like clinging to someone has like it's kind of like a loaded connotation. Like you weren't like, ha ha ha, hang out with me. It's like you're a joy to be around.
Yeah, not at all.
I got my pincers in, got my claws.
He's latching.
Yeah, I guess more of it was easy to fit in, I guess. Like it was easy to hang out. It didn't feel like something where I was trying to cling or like forcing. Like it did happen pretty naturally, I think, like over time, which is nice.
Damien, I want to move to you. There were people assuming that when you were first joining the squad that you felt out of place.
Yeah, but I feel out of place like everywhere I go. I'm just like a socially off person, and I just feel different all the time, and that's okay because I joined Smosh Games and the squad was very much a separate thing. I'd interact when I could, and obviously I knew Shane very well, but it was a different beast, and there wasn't a whole lot of crossover. And then most of the OG Games cast is I was the last one to sort of come over to Mythical when Mythical saved Smosh, and so there was an aspect of being a little bit of an other. And I don't think it was in an intentional way where anyone was trying to exclude me. I think it was just, well, we're back to business as normal. And I'd be like, but also I'm here. There is a very specific dynamic here that I think we fleshed out in a very healthy way, but it's like, it is a job, but there's also a lot riding on the fact that you are close with people and are friendly. So it was sort of, it's weird for a job to do that. It's weird for a friend group to do that. And it's, again, none of the Smosh people now had anything to do with it, but it's still just like, so I think that, I don't know.
It's unique. It's unique. Our job is very unique because it's like, in order to be really good at our job, we have to be connected with each other. That is rare in a lot of jobs. Like office workers, they might not even see like Amy down like 4 cubicles.
You don't know Amy?
They might never even have a discussion.
I've seen Severance. It's the same way.
But it's like with us, like we have to know each other in order to improvise off of each other, and we have to be super connected.
Yeah, and I to be honest, and I love everybody at Smosh. I think it's very much a me thing, but I do feel disconnected sometimes, and that's just kind of how it works. So, you know, even in a video, sometimes I'll feel like a third party like watching. I'm like, oh, those two are having a lot of fun. Be like, oh, I'm supposed to be part of this. I'm like, oh, but do I support that they're having fun and just let it happen, or do I try to join in and do I support that way and yes and then I'm like, oh, the moment's passed. You've been thinking for a minute.
Yeah.
Like, ugh, okay, you know.
That explains something. We're like. I'm like, Damien?
I don't know, but that'll be a time where you're like doing an Irish accent, and then Trevor's doing an Irish accent. I'm like, oh, they're Irish together. And I'm like, not every joke needs me. Like, and I'm also Irish, a third person now. Like,
we always love more Irishmen.
That's true, and I've always said that.
I've always said that.
Shout out Chance.
I get that though. It is hard sometimes when you have like, especially in a big group setting. Like if there's just a few of you playing a game, it's a lot easier to like know when to jump in. But if there's like 6 of us sitting around playing Cards Against Humanity, it's like I could sit there the entire time and not talk. Like and just
werewolf?
be fine. Yeah, werewolf. Like
when you're actually trying to like conceal your identity, or
you're looking at your friend in the eye being like, you are lying to me, and they're like, I would never lie. And in the end it's like, oh, I was lying.
There is something about like, if you do have something that you want to say or somewhere to hop in, you have to be like bold about it and confident about it. Because when you do that, when you just jump in with something, it never comes across weird afterward. Like it's always like, oh yeah, they just jumped in. Like that's a totally normal thing to do. But in the moment it feels like, okay, time for me to speak over everyone.
Yeah, it's like, am I interrupting or am I supporting?
Yeah.
Like, if you're waiting for silence, it's not gonna be there.
I think if you're adding to it, then you're not interrupting. I think that you are supporting. And I think in group settings, like I feel like if the group is like on the same page, is like we're expecting you to jump in. That's kind of how I feel. But like sometimes there is a give and take though, obviously. Sometimes you get like, I get wild. I like create sub games and then I'm like, okay, Amanda, you need to stop. And I was like, oh yeah.
And that's fair because it all lends itself to the video. I just,
sometimes.
Sometimes, but I think most of the time. I also had this revelation just now, so forgive me because I'm like, I feel like this has become therapy. But because I started with Smosh Games and what Smosh Games used to be, there was so much gaming content where like people would watch because it's like, oh, that was an amazing gaming moment. They did a crazy trick and then that person won against all odds. And it's like, yeah, I won. That was the content. You were supposed to be like, we are gaming now. But it's so not that anymore. It's so casual. And so for a few years there, I think I was still operating on that same paradigm of like, who can take me down? This is gonna be awesome. And then I'd see comments where it's like, Damien wants to win too bad. And I'm like, oh, I don't give a shit. I've never played this game in my life. Like that's what the video's supposed to be, right?
And that doesn't lend itself to freedom. It's like such an uncomfortable place to be. It's like, you know, when you're sitting with friends and you're like, well, I don't want to get yelled at. It's like when I do sub games and I love them so much, but I'm like, I know that this is not helping the video and I want to do them. And so I miss my instinct. And it's like, I think that's tricky too for you is because like you've been with Smosh for so long that Smosh Games has changed. Now it is more of like an improv-led ensemble.
And that's what I enjoy most.
Yeah, and I think you should just try to keep going in there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Not trying to take the role of your therapist right now.
No, I haven't gone to therapy in a few months, and I'm working on it. No, but I appreciate you.
For Amanda, someone assumed that you still feel like part of the new Smosh cast, even though you've been working there for 4 years now.
Yes and no. Kind of like I weirdly don't feel like an OG or anything. Yes, I've almost been there for 5 years, and I was there for like 2.5 years, I think 2.5 years before like Angela, Arasha, and Chance. But I weirdly feel like I got super integrated when they came on. I don't know. This is tricky. I really don't know. Sometimes I do feel new. I think I feel new because they brought in such new energy. They brought in such different energy. But I will go back and look at videos when we were doing like every blank ever, and I'll be like, whoa.
Yeah.
That feels like decades ago.
Whole lifetime.
So part of me feels like that's a different Smosh. So I guess it's not that I feel like I'm still a new cast member. It's like I still feel like I'm part of this new wave of Smosh.
There were a lot of assumptions that none of y'all ever anticipated working in YouTube in general.
Oh yeah, that's a 100% for me. 100%. Never, ever thought that I would work in YouTube. My goal was to like be on a comedy series, which is funny because that's what I'm on now, but like a comedy network, like the audition, like the classic way of going, but the industry is changing so much.
Well, this kind of career didn't exist like until semi-recent times. Like I watched Smosh as a teenager, but even then I wasn't like, I'm gonna do that one day. Like it wasn't until like I'd already done TV and film stuff and I'd already started voice acting like all those years ago, and times were tough and I worked retail and customer support, and then I was a leather craftsman and all this stuff. And then, you know, Shane was like, hey, there's an audition, and I was like, cool. It's like, I'm a YouTube person now. But even that, I feel like an imposter because I'm like, oh, the channel was already built. I didn't do the thing where it's like, I just started with my buddy in a basement and we, you know.
I mean, I've been watching YouTube since I was 11 years old. And I think like, I don't know, I never had like dreams of like a career except like YouTube was probably the really big one. Like when I was like 8, I was like, I'm gonna be in the NBA someday. Like that kind of a kid dream. Like kids are like, I wanna grow up to be an astronaut. Not that that's unachievable. Well, for me, it was probably unachievable. But
you're pretty tall.
Yeah.
You'll be an astronaut.
But yeah, I mean, ever since I was a kid and I started watching YouTube, started watching Smosh, started watching PewDiePie when he was doing Slenderman videos, like when Let's Play Gaming was getting big, I was like, I want to be a YouTuber. And then like all through high school, I was like, that would be so cool if that was like actually achievable. And then I graduated high school and I was like, I don't want to go to school for anything normal. Like, I don't want to sit at a desk, which was pretty black sheep for my family. I mean, my dad, he went to school for accounting. My brother has a business degree. And I was like, I think I'm going to go to culinary school and move to LA. And
they were like, what?
No, they're very supportive, which I'm very thankful for. But yeah, and then I kind of just fell into it. And it was funny because I was like, oh, I'm kind of, same as you, where it's like, oh, this is already an established channel. I didn't like really do anything.
Yeah.
But it kind of felt like I was like pseudo, like I kind of achieved my dream of sort of being a YouTuber.
Yeah.
And then like now not having a full-time job and being like full-time talent cast, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And then I just released my first ever YouTube video on my own private personal channel, and the support's been unreal on it. And I'm like, oh, I'm like kind of a YouTuber now. Like this is actually sort of the realization of my dream that started 12 years ago of me being like, I'm kind of doing it now, which is insane. So I'm very thankful.
That is amazing.
There were some assumptions that both Damien and Trevor, y'all are kind of monetizing your hobbies in a way, like with gaming and with cooking. Does it feel like that takes away any of the joy of it doing it like on your own time?
No, because I've been streaming 5.5 years now, and I love it. The idea of streaming is wonderful because I get to have one train of thought focused on the chat and keeping a conversation, one train of thought focused on the game. And it allows me to enjoy the game most of the time in a way that I wouldn't really be able to turn off if I were on my own. And I've also like gotten really good at establishing boundaries for myself where like if there's a game that's really meaningful to me and I really want to play it, I used to be like, okay, I'll have one save file for stream, one for myself. I've stopped doing that. I'm like, I'm either gonna stream it or not, or maybe I stream it way after I play it. But like, no, I think if I didn't have streaming tied to gaming, I wouldn't have time to play games. I wouldn't make that time for myself because I've just been so full on voice acting and stuff like that lately.
Yeah.
So I frankly love it.
For cooking, it was a big thing, but I think that was because I was in a kitchen like 9 to 5. I mean, when I was at the studio, I wasn't always in the kitchen, but like I was cooking all the time, cooking everything, doing intense cooking tasks too, like stuff that I really had to put my mind to the point where I was like, I get home and I was like, I don't want to cook. Like, I don't want to do more. So that was really tough. And now that I have gone, now that I'm not doing that anymore, I found a new sort of passion for cooking again where I really love it and I love doing it for fun.
That's awesome.
It got to the point where we would talk about like eating food on the show. And I don't get how like, I mean, Josh is always cooking the most insane things at home, but people talk about like, oh, like, what do you like to eat at home? And I'm like, I'd make ham and cheese sandwiches.
Toast.
I
With
literally, literally, I'm making a ham and cheese sandwich and I'm having goldfish with it. And that was like my types of dinners.
That's how you
that I was
elevate it,
doing.
though.
Oh yeah, I bet if someone's like cooking up these wild experimental dishes when they're home, they're like ham and cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because ham and cheese is delicious.
It's awesome. It's so good.
Debatable. I'm just kidding. It's great. Love those cured meats.
Smosh has a very dedicated audience, and with that comes a lot of shipping. A lot of people assumed that y'all may be uncomfortable with the shipping that happens. How do y'all feel about that? Is it like, are you happy that people are more involved and taking more of like an approach to that, or does it feel a little uncomfy?
I feel like it means that they're invested and they're having fun and they're curious. And I mean, everyone thinks that Angela and I are possibly married, so I'm like, hell, I'll take it.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that at all.
You haven't?
No.
Oh yeah.
Because
Because I
you're
haven't.
confirming that y'all are indeed married.
Yeah, we're married.
Okay.
Yeah, this is from Angela.
Yeah.
It only bugged me a bit back in the day when people would like go farther than that. It was like, are these people dating? Is that a thing? And it'd be like, who cares? And then it's like, let's start comparing the backgrounds of their photos at different times. And when you stumble upon something like that, you're like, oh.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh, that's intense.
Okay. And then they're like, I know this person went to visit their family at this time, but then this person also did this. So it's possible. I'm like, okay, that's beyond shipping. Like, it's such a small percentage of the audience that would do stuff like that, but like any amount is enough. So don't love that. It bums me out when people do opposite shipping, where like for a while people were like, Damien and Angela like hate each other. And I was like,
Like rivals?
Not even rivals, just like, wow, Damien clearly was like not having it with Angela today. I'm like, in what possible way? I'm not the best at social cues, but even that, I'm just like,
If it makes you feel a little bit better, they did that with Angela and I before. Now we're married.
Okay. And now they do that too.
They're
They're
like
like,
they're sisters fighting, and now we're sisters married.
yeah,
So
okay, yeah.
Nice.
That's the pipeline.
Amanda, someone assumed that you get annoyed at chronically offline comments.
no. No. I think it's hilarious because sometimes I watch like when you taught me watch me whip, watch me nay nay. Sometimes I literally go, but here's the thing. I don't get annoyed at all, but I go, damn, Amanda, you are cool. You are cool. But sometimes I literally walk myself into these old woman situations. And I'm like, I do it to myself. I literally do it to myself. But it's almost like I'm playing this like fun character, but then I'm like, no, it's also real.
But how cool to be able to explain to someone the nay or harambe. Like, you don't get to do that anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also like, yeah, I grew up, my parents were super, super strict about screen time. Like I was not allowed to watch too much TV. I was allowed to watch movies on like AMC, which is why I'm obsessed with movies. And I wasn't allowed to play that many video games. I was only allowed to play like GoldenEye and like Grand Theft Auto.
Those were the two?
Yeah, those were the two.
We don't want you getting screwed up by games, so you have to do open world crime where you shoot.
They didn't know. So I was just like, I didn't get a cell phone until I was like 17. Yes, chronically offline, yeah, it's legit. I was outside a lot. But it's really fun to get taught shit, although people from home were like, come on, harambe. I was like,
There's also different levels of chronically offline. Like, I spend a ton of time on Twitter, but I'm barely on TikTok. So, like, Raven will be like, oh, you don't know this TikTok trend? How do you not know it? And I'm like, there are times that I'm chronically offline.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a bad thing. And I think people are varying levels of chronically offline.
Amanda, one more for you. You said a lot of people assume that you're mean or condescending.
Yeah.
When they haven't really met you and they don't really know you. They just assume that about you.
Yeah, that's been a thing since forever. Since I was like middle school, teenager, like everyone was like, oh yeah, she's a bitch. When I wore like a hat like this, they're like, yeah, bitch.
That's a hat bitch right there.
No, they just thought that I was like, from afar, they're like, oh, she's mean. And I don't know if that meant like intimidating mean, like, oh, I don't want to talk to her. And also I was always a bartender. right? And I'm from Boston.
Yeah.
So I'm very direct. And sometimes my bits are like direct. But yeah, people would assume that I would be mean from afar. Like I remember a lot of people that I used to work with at various bars that I worked at would be like, yeah, I was kind of afraid to talk to you because I thought like you were like kind of mean or like, or wouldn't give me the time of day or kind of just like, yeah, okay, whatever. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I've gotten that forever.
That's so weird.
And it is true. I am such a bitch.
I will say, I feel like you're one of like the most warm and inviting people. Like meeting you and knowing you, it's just like so off base. It was
Yeah,
so
I
fun.
think I get that when a lot of people haven't spoken to me. And so like when fans come up to me, they'll be like, wow, you're so nice. Really? That's their biggest thing. They'll be like, you're so nice. And I was like, yeah.
You didn't try to hit me or nothing.
So it's like, I
You didn't even spit on me.
I think it's like once they come and talk to me, they're like, oh, wow. But it's like, I genuinely love talking to people.
Caroline Doss assumes that Damien is going to pull away from Smosh as his voice acting career takes off.
No, not on my end, not intentionally.
I mean, it's taken off.
Yeah,
it is, but
it's took off.
It's
in the air.
done been
It's reached cruising altitude.
Yeah. It just hit a goose. We have to aim for the pond. No, look, I've been voice acting for 13 years now, and I think I posted that TikTok finally of like, thank you, of the like, I'm a voice actor, and like the amount of people who are shocked by that, and great, like you don't have to know me from anything, but it's always been a part of my life and I've always been able to balance it. You know, yes, things have gotten a lot more busy now, but I also think the perception has been influenced by the fact that like projects take a long time to come out. And there were a few things that came out all at the same time. So it was like, wow, booked and busy. And it's like, no, this has been years.
Yeah.
You know, Fortnite and Starfield, I started at about the same time, like right when I started Smosh.
Mm-hmm.
And Starfield I got to announce like last year.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, you got in Starfield. I was like, yeah, when originally you saw me on the internet. Like, that's just kind of how it goes. So, you know, as much as, you know, people want to bring me in for videos, I'm here. And that's something I really enjoy. And I don't want to full on lean into something. And also like there are seasons of shows. Video games, you can do an entire game in like 3 sessions, even if you're a medium to big part. Like, you know, I love doing it. I would be in the booth every day if possible. But like for the past 2 months, I've had weeks where I was in a booth every day, sometimes 2 different bookings a day. And it's the most exciting and fun, fulfilling, rewarding thing I've ever experienced. But it can't be forever. And there will be lean times too. Like, I balance Twitch streaming, I balance Smosh, I balance voice acting, and I will do that until I'm unable to ever again. You know,
it's literally so cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think voiceover acting is so amazing and challenging, especially with animation, which you do so much animation in video games. Like, I just think it's so challenging. And just for me doing voiceover commercials, I'm like, the animation world would be so fun. And I think it's fucking awesome that you're balancing all of it.
Thank you very much. I sometimes worry I'm in a coma right now and thinking it's all happening because it's like,
don't say that.
I don't know. I'm really happy, and part of me always waits for like the other shoe to drop when I'm that happy. But it feels like I'm living the dream right now, and I'm very proud of the work that I'm doing. So yeah, thank you.
If you can hear me, wake up. Damien, it's time to come back.
I smell your bread.
Hear me.
I smell your sandwiches. Shared meats and bread. Amanda Trevor.
Damien is always white knighting to pander to people to get more views.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you were in the pronouns game.
I am in Starfield, yeah.
Do you know the meme where the guy...
angry bald guy.
Oh, yeah.
You were in the pronouns game. So
That's right.
That was kind of white knighting of you to do that.
As the person that invented pronouns. No, it's just...
The woke left got Damien from Smosh.
Got him. I think I really like to listen to people when they talk about their experiences, and I like to make sure people feel respected. So sometimes, you know, when there's something like a social issue that like would benefit from being talked about more, or just like with little reminders of like, hey, you know, just so you know, they use they, them pronouns, like don't, you know, just not a big deal, but just reminder, you know, if you are the person that's bringing it up, sometimes it can seem like disingenuous. And I think also like a lot of my Twitch community is either neurodivergent or they're queer or in some capacity like either genderqueer or sexually queer. And it's, I think because I am like a cis-het white dude, there is this sense of like, well, you don't really believe that though. You're not really like listening to those folks. I'm like, no, but I do. And I try to use my platform that I have, through Twitch or what have you to express my honest opinions and help people feel supported. And whatever I say online is legitimately me. I'm not just going to say something to say it.
Remember, most people are speaking from what they think.
Yeah.
Like they're projecting on like, well, if I did that, that's kind of what I was saying. And it's like, you're going to get that forever.
Yeah.
You're going to get that always. And it's like, just keep doing things that you feel is right for you.
Absolutely.
Trevor, I want to do a few for you. Someone assumed that you are wanting to avoid to be just put in the chef role at Smosh and not just be pigeonholed into that.
Yeah. Actually, that's funny. I don't think I've ever had a problem specifically at Smosh with that. I don't think anybody at Smosh has ever tried to pigeonhole me into a chef role. And I think when I have done food stuff, I was never even on Eat It or Eat It. I was never asked to help out. I was never on the show. So it was like almost like the opposite. I find that in other places, I kind of want to avoid that. Like I do love doing everything. I love gaming. I love, just being funny and being entertaining. And so I don't want to specifically get stuck in where people are like, oh, you have to do cooking things. It has to be cooking related. I even had someone in the industry tell me, they were like, where I specifically told them, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I really want to like only do cooking stuff. They're like, no, you have to stay in cooking. They're like, you're really funny and it's hard to find people that are like really talented like chefs and also like funny entertainers. Like you have to stay in that, like you're a unicorn in that role. And I was like, well, I could kind of do it all, I feel like. Overall, like I now have the opportunity to do a lot more broad things, but at Smosh, I've never felt like I've been pigeonholed.
I don't think we don't have like a cooking, we have culinary crimes, but we bring someone else in to do that.
Yeah, and that's just a goofy show. Like it's not.
It's a goof.
It's a goof.
I also imagine like it's probably not the same as when you're like, oh, I'm a comedian, and then someone in your family's like, oh, you're a comedian? Tell us a joke. Like with cooking, it's kind of a whole situation where you can't just come in and someone's like, can you whip us up some duck à l'orange? Like, can you just make that happen, please?
Yeah.
I
do get asked when I go home a lot. Like,
I knew he was gonna say that.
It is a thing. Actually,
well, that was my assumption.
Trevor definitely was SpongeBob for Halloween at least once.
I was never SpongeBob. However, I did once decorate my pumpkin. Instead of carving a pumpkin, I painted the whole thing to look like I made a Gary the Snail pumpkin.
Aww.
So I painted the shell,
That's
the
cute.
pumpkin was the shell, and then I made this little like body for it and eyes.
Something SpongeBob would do.
Wow.
Yeah. So I do love SpongeBob. Actually, I watched the SpongeBob SquarePants movie just a few days ago.
Wow.
So not totally off base.
No,
with that
not off
assumption.
base at all.
All right, y'all, we're gonna move to our segment. We're gonna have some fun with some memes. Basically.
Okay.
So this is Preacher Grandmas. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jimmy Buffett?
Oh, that's amazing.
And it's me and Shane as Krungle.
That's awesome.
Because I was like, if it was just preachers, you'd need the hat. You'd need the Southern Lady hat.
Can I be honest? My mom and dad were obsessed with Jimmy Buffett, and they wore hula skirts, and they were parrot heads. That's what they call Jimmy Buffett fans.
Okay.
And so, yeah, this makes sense for a lot of people. I think this is an A for me.
That's good.
Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Take it easy. Hey. Don't destroy all the Smosh furniture or draw 25.
Whoa, this picture.
That's awesome.
A guy destroys one couch. A guy breaks one couch.
Did you do that? You were the one who
he was the one who broke it.
Okay, but
I
to be
wasn't there,
fair, it was a group effort. We were all jumping up and down on the couch like crazy. Also, I'm pretty sure
Well,
it's
then
an
what
old
went
couch.
wrong?
It was just that it broke specifically when I leaned back and the back leg on the couch. I've destroyed one piece of furniture, so I think it's funny that now I'm the furniture breaker guy. I give it a B.
Welcome to Smosh.
I give it a B.
Wow. See, I'd put this above Jimmy
Yeah.
Buffett.
Above Jimmy Buffett?
Jimmy Buffett.
Oh my God. Maybe it's because it's a meme, and so I'm like.
Yeah, he's feeling a little.
Okay, well then, can we agree on A then?
I would
in the
give it
same
an A.
tier.
Sure, let's give
Jimmy
it an
Buffett.
A.
Yeah.
I was down for B though. I get it.
Okay, well then if you'll both...
No.
No, we got a whole hive over here with you two Bs.
No, let's go A.
Let's go A.
Okay, so we have two
I don't
A's.
want to fight anymore.
Yeah, let's not fight.
When the Homo sapien in the foreground shows an expression of delight in their face, oppose this smile, the Homo sapien in the middle ground shows a face of seemingly displeasure.
What?
I don't know. Kimmy and I are looking at different things. This is gonna be sail the 7 seas for me, dog.
This is someone trying to do the thing where they do like a very long rambly with a lot of big words, but it's just not really.
If you're gonna do that, you can only make so many mistakes. Like, I'm not a grammar guy, but
I don't know what it's going for.
I'm giving it C.
I'm giving it a C.
C is good, yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna circle it and I'm gonna say, see me after class.
Yeah, love it.
Like, is everything okay at home?
People magazine, ma'am, a Shortney article has hit our website. This is a fact.
Oh, thank God.
It's me.
There you go, it's back.
It's me, because I'm obsessed with people. I'm obsessed with people. And you know, what's weird is they've never reached out to me for an employment. And you know, to be a correspondent. And I think that's interesting. And this is my face during FNAF.
You're familiar with where this image is from, the date and time?
Nope.
So this is George Bush getting the news about 9/11. He's reading to a classroom full of children, and he's getting news. I believe specifically that a second plane has hit the tower, and he's getting the 9/11 news.
Oh my God.
I tell you what, Smosh fans love their 9/11 memes, which is like, it's gonna be a bell curve. Where like right now it's fine.
9/11 jokes. I've never laughed at a night. I'm like, oh my God. If I didn't know that, I would have given it an A. Now that I know that, I give it a B.
Give it a B.
Okay. No, a B's good though. A B's good.
Roast of Shane, Ian, Olivia, Amanda, etc. Just a bunch of people playing and having a good time. Love that the watermark is still on there. Don't pay them. And then roast of Damien. Yeah. Someone blindfolded in front of a firing squad. Yeah.
Whoa!
I mean, it's canonically accepted in the Smosh community that my roast was probably
Wait, your funeral roast?
my funeral roast. Yeah.
Did you like me as your voiceover agent?
Yes. I think you did a very good job.
Thank you.
Yours
Even
is
though
like
it
the
was
most
not your
brutal.
voiceover agent, it was just a random.
You didn't
person
spend
I
the
made
3
up.
weeks with them like I'd asked and set up.
No,
you didn't
I
research them at all.
didn't. God
You didn't go
damn it.
method.
but-
You didn't book him jobs.
But yeah, this
No.
was there was some spicy back and forth between us.
I do believe I remember watching it
seen his
being
funeral?
like, whoo, yeah. Maybe like a B to me.
Yeah.
Feels like a B.
Yeah, B. Let's go with a B.
Manalihan Canto, get your agent. Tim Burton is set to direct Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, a remake of the classic 1958 movie for Warner Brothers. Gillian Flynn will write the script. Source, deadline.
Oh my God.
Wow. Thank you.
50.
She's hot. Is my agent in that little car and I'm gonna take them for a meeting?
I think that's the implication. You're taking them to a little meeting, and you're taking them to Aroma Cafe just to, get some stuff. And then,
Honestly, I give this one an S because this is a vibe.
That's awesome.
I kind of fucking love it.
I want to give it an S. But if they're gonna put your face over George Bush, it's so easy to put your face there.
My God, I know.
No, I think it's deserving of
Okay,
an
so it's
S.
an S,
I think
but
it
with
is.
Damien, it's an S minus.
Am I the only one who sees this? I was watching the Leap of Faith video today and was just thinking Trevor reminded me of Shaggy for some reason. I haven't seen anyone make this comparison, but I can't unsee it now that I noticed it.
Oh.
What do you mean you haven't seen anyone make that comparison?
I was gonna say, I get that all the time.
Yeah.
I also do the Shaggy voice.
What is it?
Zoinks, like a Scoob, like Bud, like we gotta get out of here. Like Bud, like there's a ghost right there. No, I do get Shaggy all the time though. I'm surprised this person's never seen it.
So what do you rate it?
I mean, it's not really a meme. It's more of just like here's a comparison. Like I notice he looks like Shaggy. I don't know, probably like a C.
Whoa.
B?
I give it a C plus B minus.
Firing squad.
C plus B minus.
But that one was good, but it was better than. I don't know. This is
I'll give it a C plus B minus.
All right, we'll give
B
it a
minus.
C. Baby Lehan Canto coming, 9/11/24.
It is-
Another 9/11 joke, eh?
It is
is this have to do
Amanda
with,
rubbing a pregnant
Is this
Knuckles.
have to do with Knuckles? I know what this is.
Okay.
This is Chance being me on Smosh Mouth with Knuckles references.
Okay, got it. Knuckles has been guarding the Master Emerald that keeps Angel Island afloat for a very long time. So
Right.
I know he's totally fine carrying your Babbo for 9 months. And the actual animal of echidnas are monotremes, so they have 4 beepuses and they lay eggs. So just want you all to know that.
I don't even know what you just said, but that sounds awesome.
That's real. And so Knuckles canonically has 4 dicks and lays eggs.
Wow, okay, so 4 for Knuckles, got it.
Yeah.
I can stand behind that. So
Knuckles and I have so much in common.
I'm going to rate, no.
You got a collection
you eat cereal. No. I'm gonna rate this a B.
That's my first S.
This is your
Really?
S?
As a pregnant Sonic enjoyer, I definitely would give it an A or an S.
I give it an S.
Okay,
It took effort.
I'll go with an A.
Trevor walking into Smosh like, I bring a sort of silly goose vibe to the situation that serious geese don't really understand.
Wait, I kind of love this.
Oh, it's Mulder?
It's
I love it.
X-Files,
Yeah,
right?
I've seen that before without the Trevor walking into Smosh like, but that's good. It is interesting because, you know, I feel like there are a lot of silly geese at Smosh.
Yeah.
But I do just love that meme in general.
Am I a silly geese?
You're a silly goose.
Sounds weird that I say silly geese.
You're a playful ptarmigan.
Am I a silly goose?
Yeah, I do bring a sort of silly
I love
goose
this.
vibe to
You do.
many situations that serious geese don't really understand.
Well, you're always like eating bread, and it's like a lot to watch you like work it down your neck. And
Yeah,
you'll just
exactly.
poop wherever.
Yeah.
When you
I
fight
do
someone.
poop wherever.
Need to stop pooping everywhere, but
It's white.
So what do we rate this, babies?
Give it an A.
I give it an A.
I give it an A.
Yeah.
Amanda and the kids on Smosh games.
Oh my
So it's an adult woman in the early 90s playing the original Game Boy. From what I can tell, I believe that is the Tetris cartridge.
Oh, love Tetris.
And everybody in a bowl cut.
Even I have bowl cut.
Swear to God, I thought this was an actual photo of my childhood.
Yeah, I mean, it totally looks like it. Wow, that is what I look like when I'm like very
awesome.
serious.
Great.
This is excellent, actually. I love this.
Yeah.
Have you've played a Game
Slay.
Boy?
I have played a Game Boy.
Wow.
So my little sister was obsessed with Game Boy and like loved playing games.
Now, you said your family limited a lot of screen time. Was
They
it
gave
different
to
for your
her.
sister? Really?
Yeah, that's what she was into, that and karate.
So your sister probably knows Harambe.
Kia.
Your sister and I probably would have been friends or fought.
No, yeah, she was super cool. We were very close. I was the one with the video camera, so I'd always make little commercials with her. She
That was my sister.
She was my everything. She was like, every role that I needed to cast was her. I give this one an S. I think it's sick.
S.
S for sick.
S for sick
Give it an
little
S.
kids.
For super duper.
Great, y'all. I think that's the last one, if not.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Great.
It is-
Don't keep swiping, don't keep swiping.
In a few days, we have voice actors coming in for an Assumptions episode. Richard Horvitz, who is
no way.
Yeah, Invader Zim. We have Sarah Nato-Cheney, the voice of Ash Ketchum.
Incredible.
And we have Sungwon Cho, your
Yes.
co-actor. Do y'all have any assumptions that you would like us to ask them?
I got one for Sungwon
Oh, yeah?
because Sungwon is also somebody that has done a lot of content creation online and is very popular from it, but also wants to be taken very seriously as a voice actor. Like he's expressed that a lot. You still feel like you have to downplay anything you do online in order to feel like you're taken seriously as a voice actor?
I feel like my biggest one, I don't know if it's necessarily an assumption, but more of like a vibe check on like, I feel like animation is becoming more and more appreciated, and is there sort of a hard feeling toward traditional actors being cast as main roles in large animated productions?
That is so good.
Yeah.
Because like there are some people where it's like, I feel like if you just gotten someone who's like a professional voice actor, this character could have been done so much better. Cough, cough, Chris Pratt,
Yeah.
Mario, like.
That's a good assumption. I'm always wondering that, like, can you be a really good actor and also be a really good voiceover actor? Because I don't know. I don't know if you can be.
I don't know, I guess if it all goes to shit, then eventually I'd go back home and open a sandwich shop or something, bake
There's
fresh
always
bread
that.
every day.
Oh.
Honestly,
Okay, that sounds amazing.
yeah, you could easily do it. I would
Easily.
eat your sandwiches every day, Trevor.
Yeah.
I would have them flown in.
I love cured meats.
Oh, they're so
I
good for you
love
too, the
cured
nitrates.
meats.
I love cured meats.
If I wasn't doing this, I would go live on an island and be a scuba instructor. That has been like my
In Turks and Caicos?
my secret. I love Turks and
I know you
Caicos.
do.
That
That's
would
why I
be
said
like
it.
my secret like backup plan.
Wow.
But then there's so much nitrogen in their blood. They're f***ing crazy.
Oh, it's wild.
Oh no. So
You'd never-
I don't know if I can
you'd
do
be
it.
the cured meat, I tell you that much, with the nitrates. I just found for sale a type of industrial sewing machine that I used to use at that leathercraft shop that I used to work at right before Smosh. It's my backup plan. I'm like, I still have my hammer and my tools and the sides of leather. And I'm a craftsman. I'm like, I make belts. You want to buy a belt?
You go over to Damien's house and he just says the fire going and he's like, welcome in.
bellows.
Second glass of mead.
I think that our brains operate on such a level that truly many just can't understand often the point we're trying to make.
If I were to watch, it would be for the plot.
I can also stop my pee midstream.
Does it hurt?
Of course it hurts. Hurts really bad.
Are you the only true chosen?
I won't tell you. That's I can't tell you that.
The Chosen, a beloved character born out of the Smosh universe, known for his wolf shirt, cargo pants, and enigmatic one-liners. But do we actually know who this guy is? Today we're sitting down with The Chosen and asking them hard-hitting questions. And by the end of this, we'll get some real answers. Chosen, how are we doing? Introduce yourselves.
Greetings. I am the Chosen. This actually doesn't have batteries. I'm just kind of replaying Pokemon Silver in my mind since I have it all memorized.
Hello, I am the Chosen. I am playing New Super Mario Bros.
I am also the Chosen, and I was practicing my katakana.
So Chosen, today we're responding to assumptions about you. So I think we may want to put down the gaming devices here.
Very well.
Mm-hmm. The first assumption is that the Chosen has no inner monologue.
Well,
I guess if you don't count all the spirits of dead warriors that I'm constantly speaking to.
Yeah, sometimes Dizzy Gillespie speaks through me.
That's fascinating. What's he saying right now?
Not much. He's actually totally quiet. So yeah, actually, sorry, let me think.
I constantly have the Halo 3 music playing on a loop in my head.
I like the loading, like the main menu screen?
The main menu screen, and then in a tense situation, it shifts to combat music.
Of course.
My brain operates at such a high level that oftentimes it's hard to understand, even for me, what's going on up there.
Yeah, Chosens are burdened with so much knowledge that often it's a lot of weight for us to untangle it ourselves.
The next assumption is that the Chosen is immune to fall damage.
Well, I wouldn't say immune, but I have practiced skills that can make me negate any fall damage. You know, how you kind of do the front roll thing, parkour.
Yeah, I've personally perfected the method of rolling at the exact right moment.
Sometimes in my real life, I will do sort of a Minecraft water bucket situation where I have something on me, and then at the moment I hit the ground, I soften the blow.
Yeah, we found a metal ladder behind a Payless shoes, and we climb up onto the roof, and we would practice jumping from there onto the ground. And after many attempts, we did finally start perfecting it.
I studied ants in my free time, so I learned from them.
Yeah.
They can fall from any height.
Yeah.
Survive unscathed.
Yeah, it's true.
This next one is kind of in the same category. The Chosen has a crit spot.
The Critterus?
If the Chosen does have a crit spot, then nobody's found the crit then.
The crit's not real. I'm confident in saying that.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. The crit is not real.
Yes. I also have my prostate removed, just in case. The male crit.
You had that surgically removed?
Oh, yes. Well, I wasn't a surgery per se. It was more of a will.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I willed it away.
Yeah.
My body reabsorbed my prostate.
Right.
Frankly, I don't even know what it does.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Do ants have prostates?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, a Chosen does have the ability to turn any organ into another organ.
Yeah.
I turned my appendix into a third kidney.
I turned my second testicle to a third heart.
Into a third heart.
Well, yes.
Already had two.
I turned my gallbladder into a third lung, but it's half-sized.
Oh, a little tiny lung. Yeah, nice. Just for little breaths.
The next assumption is that the Chosen has high karma on Reddit.
You don't get high karma with based opinions like mine.
No, exactly. In fact, high karma just means you're just agreeing with everyone all the time.
Some of the subreddits that I'm on, may only be like 4 or 5 people in there. They often don't have much karma to give.
Exactly.
Deeper conversations happening, more metaphysical stuff going on there.
Yeah.
It's not about the karma for me.
I can actually upvote every post twice. My upvote counts as 2 upvotes.
Oh, wow. Fascinating. That's incredible.
Hope you wield it wisely.
It's pretty sick. You can just make 2 accounts.
This is different. Then I would have 4 upvotes.
And y'all aren't mods or anything.
No.
Just posters.
No, I mod several Reddits, but just for fun.
I'm more of an observer. Yeah.
You just lurk?
Have mod status, but I don't often use the power.
It might actually surprise you that our NoFap is not actually a hub of chosens. There are many people there who are not chosen whatsoever. Many people who are doing NoFap for the wrong reasons. Simply just to gain powers or to get a girlfriend through NoFap, which is frankly ridiculous.
The next assumption that we have is that the chosen cannot be broken.
I think with the right questions, the right torture, anyone can be broken.
Really?
Didn't you see what they did to Morpheus in the first Matrix movie?
Yeah, that was pretty bad. I was also thinking about James Bond and Casino Royale.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Whacking his nuts. That really looked awful.
Yeah.
There's no bottom on the chair.
No, that's why I make sure whenever I sit down on a chair that it has a bottom to it, because otherwise you're like, okay, what's going on?
What if Mads Mikkelsen walks in here and hits me in the balls?
Exactly.
He's known to do that.
Yeah.
I find that almost to become chosen, you must be broken.
Interesting.
Well,
you have to snap like in Mistborn.
Exactly. There was a part of me that broke, and then I was able to reform myself into what I am now.
Who broke you?
Not necessarily a who, but a what. The world around me.
Society.
Society, it needed fixing, and in order to fix it, I must break myself.
The chosen's hair part requires massive amounts of chi.
Yeah. Chi and Dep 10.
It's looking like not everyone's having like a hair part here.
That's a singular characteristic to me. Every chosen has different setups.
My hair doesn't look good in a part, so...
I actually would really like to see your hair in a part. I feel like it'd be really funny.
You don't want to see it.
No, I do want to see it,
It's
though.
not good.
No, I think it can't be good.
Well, also, part of the problem is that because of the way my hair is cut is it's a different length on either side.
No way.
So when you part it, it's...
Kind of like a spaceship in Star Wars.
And exactly like General Grievous's Soulless One.
Yeah, nice.
My circumcision job was much the same.
I've heard that happens.
It's kind of styled.
That's sick. So it's kind of like Spider-Man 3 with his hair.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Your penis is emo.
Yeah, emo penis. Penis Parker.
Penis
Parker. It's like Spider Pig.
Obviously. Yeah.
The next assumption is that it's dangerous for the chosen to run at full speed in public.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
Have you heard of breaking the sound barrier? I mean...
It's kind of a noise issue, I would say, more than anything.
Yeah, it's true.
Because I can safely avoid any obstacles. It's not a matter of hitting someone. It's the noise complaints we get.
Are you screaming while you're running?
Well, yes. But also it's the velocity. It's, you break the sound barrier.
It causes a lot of environmental damage. Mm-hmm. Much of being a chosen is showing restraint, similar to Superman. Mm-hmm. Just because you're capable doesn't mean you should do it.
Yeah, exactly.
To defeat our foes, to face our challenges requires sometimes merely just 10% of our strength. To go 100%, that's excessive.
There may come a day when we do need to use all of our strength, but there has not been a foe yet that has required that.
Let us pray that day never comes.
The only time I'll probably run full speed is when Zelda Echoes of Wisdom releases, and I'll need to get a physical copy, and if I'm, running late... probably.
Well, yeah, I'm running late. It's obviously the exception.
Yeah, then I would run full speed, but...
But other than that, no.
How do you feel as playing as Zelda?
It's friggin' sick. Can't wait.
It's woke enough for the chosen?
What is woke?
What's woke? I've never heard that term before.
I don't know what that is.
No, is that what's inside an egg?
That's a yolk. That's a yolk. Yeah.
Woke. If you're talking about my woken inner abilities, then yes.
Yeah, yes. To be awoken.
I shall investigate woke.
The chosen can't lose their virginity, because the chosen never loses.
Perhaps. Interesting.
Yeah, see, it's not part of my training regiment, this virginity stuff. Doesn't concern me. I know my lane.
Go on.
Girls are scary.
Yeah, it's just simply not been something I've been worried about.
I mean, I did some research and there seem to be no physical or mental benefits to it, so what's the point, you know?
Yeah,
Can you really call me a virgin after the things I've seen, after the battles I've fought?
Technically, yes.
I mean, just tears in the rain. I can see so many battlefields, have defeated so many foes, faced so many inner demons, and just because I haven't, done whatever that is. Like,
I mean,
I'm a
my
virgin.
blade has penetrated a lot of people.
If it took a look at my checklist or what I have to do today alone,
a lot more important
you'd be
tasks.
like, oh, I get it. You don't have time to think about whatever
Let's
that
focus
is.
on the things we have done and not the things. Yeah.
No, our enemies are begging us to be concerned about this.
All right, so kind of on that same line of thinking, due to his impressive no-fap record, the Chosen suffers from wet dreams.
No, I'm in full control during my dreams. In fact, in many ways, I am more alive in my dreams than when I am awake, of traversing realms. And in none of those realms am I doing anything that would cause me to splooge. I'm actually in full control of every single chemical and fluid in my body at all times. That's why Chosen also never needs to pee. You choose to pee.
Exactly.
Hence, Chosen.
Chosen. That's actually one of the main tenets.
The way that blood rushes to a person's member when they're aroused, I can do the same thing with my arm in order to power it up.
Okay.
For a swing of my
I
sword.
can make it like bigger, like
I can also stop my pee midstream without touching my penis.
Does it hurt?
Of course it hurts. Hurts really bad.
When was the last time y'all went to a doctor?
I went a few months ago. They told me to get blood work done, but I said I didn't need it. I knew exactly what was in my blood.
Yeah, so the last time I had my blood tested, I was actually tied to a chair at an Arctic research base. There was an incident. There was a alien life form among us. It infiltrated my men, so we naturally had to test the blood.
Wait, Among
That's a
Us?
true story.
It was just like Among Us.
The Chosen has feelings for Brianna Boho.
No. It's insane. It's ridiculous.
Are you sure?
It's the most insane question I've ever been asked my entire life.
I don't have feelings for anyone.
Sure.
I don't experience that.
No, there's no time for feelings. Only action.
Do you not experience it, or is it just you resist it?
I only experience that which I choose to experience. Similar to how I control my pee, I control my emotions.
You can stop them mid-flow.
Exactly. Simply never let it rise up.
The pee?
Yeah, the pee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It all comes back to piss.
Yeah.
Since we're moving into pop culture, I know this is something that y'all are really well versed in, so I really want to get y'all's thoughts on this.
Of course.
So, Will Smith tried to warn us through coded messages about AI in the movie I, Robot.
Well, that's a common misconception, I feel. I feel Isaac Asimov was actually the one trying to warn us, but Will Smith kind of as well.
And you know, when Alan Tudyk accepted the role as the robot in I, Robot, he came to me to learn about the laws of robotics.
Is that so?
Have you done a lot of movie consultations?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, the upcoming Bridget Jones' Diary 4 on Peacock soon. Ridley Scott, of course, on Kingdom of Heaven.
If they ever make another Tremors, I'm sure they'll be contacting me, since they're real and I've had to deal with them. Basically, the information I would give to anyone who consulted me on how to deal with Tremors would be the opposite of Stomp the Yard. Kind of opposite philosophies.
That was crazy.
Yeah, it would be opposite philosophies. Stomp the Yard over here, Tremors over here.
Really opposite ends of the spectrum.
Opposite ends of the spectrum, yeah, exactly. And that's much of how movie logic works. You find your opposite and you work in that manner, you know.
Okay, that's really interesting. I would love to pick y'all's brains later about the movies that you've worked on.
No.
No?
I don't think so. That's okay.
Setting a boundary. Maybe perhaps that is woke.
What is woke? It's not a boundary.
Okay. Well, seems simple enough. If it comes down to boundaries, similar to a force field, then there is perhaps nobody more woke than the Chosen. Perhaps we are woke itself. I am become woke.
I think this one, I have a feeling y'all will have an immediate answer to this.
Okay.
So the assumption is that Cyberpunk 2077 was best when it was first released.
You know, CD Projekt Red and I have a contentious relationship. After they fired me from playing Geralt in Witcher 2, we no longer spoke. We, of course, went on to create Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
The greatest
One
shit.
of the greatest.
Yeah, it's so friggin' sick.
So, no, I would disagree. I don't think it was ever great.
It's the only way to really experience the greatness is to read William Gibson's original novel and to just kind of immerse yourself in that. However, the original Cyberpunk 2077 did have its moments, but kept getting shut down. Perhaps by some sort of outside force.
I refunded it after about an hour of gameplay.
Yeah.
It didn't grip me.
No, when we'll all be experiencing it in the year 2077, because that's going to be real.
I've already been working on a mechanical augmentation for myself.
Go on.
Well, I can't reveal my secrets yet. Work in progress.
Okay, Choom.
Yeah. Owned.
I mean, you guys can see it later if you want.
Oh,
okay, cool. All right, sorry.
All right, cool.
The next assumption, the simulation bends to the will of the chosen.
Well, what is real? How do you define real?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, but it is the case. I mean, we came here to do I Spent a Day With, but we decided outside, you know what, let's morph this into a different show, and now we're here. So actually, we did morph the simulation today.
It's hard to tell sometimes. You can question if maybe it's a simulation of a simulation.
Yeah.
Have they pulled the wool over our eyes?
It's kind of like in Stardew Valley when you go to the tavern and then you play the arcade machine there and you're like, you forget that you're actually in a tavern and that you're actually playing Stardew Valley.
Mm-hmm. We're talking about the concept of a third space?
A fourth dimension, if you will.
My space.
Once again, we are getting into your no-fap line of questioning here. So the assumption is that the chosen watches for the plot. Do you know what that is? Or
Yes,
do you just consider it anime?
I speak Japanese, so I'm familiar with the concept.
Right, yeah, of course I'm familiar.
Yeah.
And I mean, artwork is artwork. I respect it, even if I choose not to dabble in it. If I were to watch, it would be for the plot.
There are lessons to be learned. I mean,
what not to do?
There are some creatures.
It's true.
That I would like to know, how to combat should I come across them. And
exactly.
I sort of have a built-in sensor bar into my brain, so as soon as something comes into my field of vision that would not be productive for me, I see nothing there.
Yeah.
It's like that episode of Black Mirror where it just sort of gets fuzzed out. You can block a person in real life, but I block images.
It's like when makers add unnecessarily sex scenes to movies.
Perhaps that is not woke.
Perhaps who's to say?
Perhaps that is a gray area of woke.
Woke is about sex.
Is sex woke?
Some types. Probably.
Interesting.
I know this realm is something you'll know a lot about. BB-8 is a real-life sentient droid.
Oh yeah, I saw them roll that thing out on stage.
I mean, they probably aren't bringing out the real one, but most of the droids from Star Wars, there is some sort of real counterpart in real life.
Yeah. Well, the real one's off to completing important missions.
Yeah, rolling around.
Yeah, on behalf of the Resistance.
Can't be doing celebrity appearances.
What was that evil BB-8 called?
Shoot,
BB Hate?
Whoa. That was crazy.
I'm gonna move on to a different fandom. Chica the Chicken is objectively the best FNAF animatronic.
That's simply subjective.
What does it mean to be best?
Yeah.
Is it woke?
Interesting. Is Chica woke?
Is Chica woke?
I'm asking genuinely.
I don't know.
It's hard to say.
I think part of being chosen is admitting when you don't know something.
Yeah. If we're going by most woke, I guess maybe Chica.
Compared to Freddy Fazbear.
Yeah.
Foxy is not woke.
Foxy seems pretty queer to me.
Foxy seems kind of like a Republican to me. Is Republican woke?
No.
Republican is not woke.
Much to consider.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Okay, Chosen. The next assumption. If the Chosen is wrong, you've misunderstood.
Oh, yeah.
I think that our brains operate on such a level that truly many just can't understand often the point we're trying to make.
Sometimes I get universes mixed up. I'll say something that is true in another reality, but isn't true here. Like, oh shit, sorry, I was thinking about a different place, different time.
Yeah.
That can be tough to juggle so many different dimensions.
Sometimes I'm thinking of untruths.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I forgot, that's a lie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just not a piece of information that I can reveal. I'm forced to tell an untruth.
Sometimes we will be wrong for our own protection.
Yeah, I'd say if I ever lied, it was for everyone's safety.
Yeah, if I was wrong, I was lying.
Actually, we're going to put that to the test. So today we're bringing out the world's greatest lie detector, John, and he's going to hook you up so we can ask you some actual hardball questions, Chosen.
Very well, bring it on. It's not my first rodeo.
You know, one time I was connected to the machine from Princess Bride.
Armba? Yeah, that's a real one.
Just so you know, he doesn't have any fingerprints.
Yeah, they got burned off. I was making toaster strudel and it was really hot.
Don't give away our secrets.
Yeah, of course I won't.
Okay, Chosen, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, Chosen, will you ever move out of your mom's basement?
I've freaking already said this before. I don't even live in my mom's basement. It's one of my safe houses, which I have many of.
It's a lie.
What operating system do you have on that thing?
This is ridiculous.
Are you running Linux?
Chosen, are you actually a mod on r/atheism?
I'm a mod on several things. I'm not a mod on r/atheism.
True.
Okay. So there is some truth to you.
Yes, of course.
But he is one of the top posters.
Yeah, I engage in many beliefs or disbeliefs.
Chosen, do you carry an emergency Lunchables?
Yes, I do.
True.
It's frankly nothing to be ashamed of.
No, depends on which one.
Yeah.
Mostly the pizza one.
It's really like a modern health potion.
Yeah, exactly. It's rations.
Chosen, what is in your cargo shorts pockets?
You don't have to answer that.
Next. A plethora of things. Currently, I am unarmed, but usually a Game Boy Advance, a Game Boy SP, a Nintendo DS, and a Nintendo 3DS. All of which I have in my pack, but not in my pockets right now.
True.
So you have nothing in your pockets right now?
I have nothing in my pockets right now, except for a lav microphone.
True.
Chosen, have you ever been bested in hand-to-hand combat?
No, I simply haven't. I have feigned defeat, but only for tactical advantage. I've never been bested, truthfully.
Lie.
Okay, well, that's freaking ridiculous.
Can we hear that story?
That's insane. No.
What story?
What story?
Well, you were lying.
Okay, fine. One time in kindergarten, Kevin Jarvinson, he kind of cheap shot at me. He smacked me in the face.
It was like a Houdini situation.
Yeah.
Expecting it.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. We were playing tetherball, and then he hit the ball really hard and it hit me in the face, and I was like, Kevin, what the frick?
He also shouted, "Look over there," really loud.
Yeah.
And I thought there
And
might
I
have
was
been a
looking
surprise
away.
attack.
A surprise attack doesn't count as an actual fight. When it comes to real fighting, nobody can defeat me because I have combined jujutsu and jujitsu.
Is that true, John?
True.
Are you using a curse technique right now?
Nicole, you know I can't answer that.
Chosen, are your eyes open right now?
Don't answer that.
Yes.
Lie.
Shit, okay, yes, they're open now.
I mean, we sort of operate in a flow state. While even though our eyes are closed, we can still see the
Sorry,
things
are you
around
referring
us.
to my third eye or my two eyes?
Your two eyes.
Okay, yeah, they're open.
True.
Yeah.
Chosen, is Half-Life 3 in development?
There's a lot riding on this one.
Yes.
True.
Gabe is not gonna like that.
No, they're gonna kick our ass for that one.
Have you ever played Half-Life 3?
Don't answer that.
Of what is made, yes.
True.
Is it good?
It's obviously it's the best game ever.
Yeah, to say it's good is a lie, because it's the best freaking thing I've ever played in my entire life. It's
True.
Duh. Don't even need a lie detector for that one.
No, it's just all you have to do is read the room.
Chosen, do you have the GTA 6 release date?
Yes.
Lie.
Okay, what the frick?
Looks like you're getting a little nervous, Chosen.
No, it's just humid.
Lie.
So you are nervous.
Well, I'm actually also I'm really tensing to train right now. I'm always working out, kind of. Yeah, so I'm just really going through it.
Okay.
But on purpose.
Chosen, were you ever a baby or did you just materialize?
Yeah, I was a baby.
True.
No, I was born mortal and then cursed with responsibility later upon my life.
Probably when like 5 or 6.
Yeah, probably 5 or 6. You know, I think around the time I was going into kindergarten is when I was like, oh shit, I'm chosen.
Chosen, do you ever regret taking up the blade?
Yes.
True.
It's a conflict, an inner battle that I am constantly waging. The battle between the desire to live a normal life, perhaps have a farm, raise animals, or to continue my path, my journey.
Much like Batman.
Yeah.
You're whatever the world needs you to be.
Exactly. But we cannot live in our regrets. We must push on. Boats against the current.
Chosen, did you cause the Xbox 360 Ring of Death to spread like a virus?
No, but I failed to stop the cabal that did it.
True.
I will say we did perfect the method where you wrap it in a towel and it gets really hot and the glue it melts and then and solves the issue temporarily.
Temporarily. Yeah, we did do that. The cabal. If I even brought up what the cabal is, your head would frickin' explode.
It's Sony. We don't need to be super quiet.
I guess that's true. It was Sony.
They were jealous about Gears too.
Yeah, they're pretty pissed about it.
Chosen, do you know the identity of the chooser?
No, I don't.
He's lying.
Who is the chooser?
I won't tell you. I can't tell you that.
Is the chooser Keanu Reeves?
No, the chooser is not Keanu Reeves.
Is the chooser Wesley Snipes?
No, the chooser is not Wesley Snipes. That'd be sick, though. That would be. I thought that for a while, but no, it's not Wesley Snipes.
Is the chooser Patrick Bateman?
The chooser is beyond human. Patrick Bateman is a fictional character, but...
Are you a fictional character?
No, in this multiverse that we live in, there is no such thing, I suppose, as a fictional character, but no. No, I'm not fictional.
He believes his delusion.
Okay, I would argue I'm the only real thing in this room. What say ye?
So we're gonna do a tier list, except there's only 2 tiers. The top tier is impressive, and the bottom tier is classic mistake.
Obviously.
So I'm gonna go through a series of people, real and not real, and I want you to tell me if they're impressive or a classic mistake. So Chosen, is this person impressive or just a classic mistake? Moist critical.
Charlie. Indeed. He exhibits many chosen qualities, but I think moist critical exists somewhere in the in-between.
The space between spaces.
The space between spaces, yes. Just kind of floating in a white t-shirt.
I feel like probably Lane's impressive.
Guess Lane's impressive. Yeah.
Impressive rising, classic mistake, whatever is the opposite of rising.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Look, I know the limits of my knowledge. This stops about Sabrina Carpenter.
I'll say impressive.
I'll say impressive. I tell you what,
I trust you. I trust you both.
Well, that's that me espresso.
Yeah, nice.
BB No Money.
Impressive.
Impressive. I think he's a little chosen.
Yeah, he's definitely a little chosen.
Freddie Fazbear.
Impressive.
Impressive.
King DDD.
Classic mistake. He's
Well-
like 20 times the size of Kirby, and he has a hammer. And he gets bested.
Oh, have you seen Kirby?
Very much the most powerful
I think
being.
pretty much everything in Kirby is impressive. It is the greatest. If I were to go to Big 3, it'd be every Kirby game.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're talking Kirby's POV,
Then classic mistake. No, you're right. DDD is classic mistake for trying to ever take on Kirby. It's the biggest mistake anyone could ever make.
Yeah. Power scaling Kirby versus Monkey D. Luffy.
Oh, Kirby.
Monkey D. Kirby.
Monkey D. Kirby. So you didn't expect that shit.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Kirby could absorb a Monkey
Exactly.
D. Luffy.
Exactly.
And then what are you going to do about that?
What are you going to do?
You're screwed.
Just think about what happens if Kirby ate a gum fruit.
Oh.
Got chills.
Yeah. I'm going to be thinking about that for a while now.
Next person, Hunter Schafer.
Impressive.
Impressive as
Her work with Hideo Kojima is not to be discounted.
Yeah, she is extremely chosen.
Samus.
Impressive.
Yeah, impressive. I have to think about that for a second.
Zero Suit Samus.
Equally impressive.
For just their abilities.
Yes.
Just only their abilities.
Only.
Yeah, I don't need to talk about it.
Only their
else.
abilities.
Yeah.
And their heels are fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty cool outfit.
The way they jump around.
It's a good color.
Yeah.
It's a good color.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Sort of a cobalt blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey.
This is the tough thing. Her abilities are impressive, but she has used her powers to create many demons. Dr. Phil.
Gale.
So is she impressive or a classic mistake?
She also was bested by a very slow-moving car in Drake and Josh.
Still on about that, aren't you?
Oh.
It was going like 4 miles per hour.
Depending on the era.
Talking color purple?
Incredible performance. No, I would say impressive, but has made classic mistakes.
Markiplier.
Impressive.
Impressive.
Come on.
Impressive.
Femboy Link.
Is that just Link?
Yeah. Any version of Link is impressive.
Nothing not impressive about that.
No, it's impressive. I mean that it gives you bonus attack in cold conditions. I mean, come on.
Gorgeous back muscles.
Yeah. It's trained really hard.
Yeah, it's just objectively.
Every single armor set in both of those games is impressive.
But is the femboy more impressive than, like, if he's wearing really mask armor?
I guess I don't really. Majora's Mask?
No, I mean,
It's hard to say. I mean, can you really power scale links against each other?
Yeah.
Like, I like to play as Toon Link in Smash, but...
Nice.
I don't know.
Sick as hell.
Toon Link better than Twilight Princess Link? Who's to say?
Yeah.
Germa 985.
Impressive.
Most impressive.
Yeah, impressive.
Arguably one of the most impressive.
Pokimane.
Chosen operates by ninja rules. We would never stream with another woman. It's a real thing Ninja does. I don't know if you guys... It's not even a bit.
No, I would say impressive.
Probably impressive.
Yeah, impressive. To deal with that many horny non-chosens.
Yeah. Wokey main?
Wokey.
Report of the week.
Chosen
as hell.
This is.
He's doing noble work.
So very impressive.
Yes, incredibly impressive.
Nothing unimpressive about that.
Yeah, probably the most impressive.
I have the last one. Kanye.
I'm gonna go with classic mistake.
Classic mistake.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with classic mistake on that one.
Very woke of y'all.
Is that woke? Oh.
Kanye's woke.
Kanye is woke?
I think it's woke to say classic mistake.
Okay. That helps.
I can't say I didn't like Graduation.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'd be bumping blood in the leaves sometimes.
Chosen, thank you so much for coming down here and answering our assumptions. Is there anything else you want to add at the end of this?
I have nothing to add except for, when Half-Life 3 comes out, obviously, do not mention that you heard it from us.
Is there anything else you want cut?
Well, I mean, to my understanding, this is just a training video for future Chosens, right? So...
Sure.
This isn't going to be published anywhere?
We believe Anthony Padilla watches this in a dark room by himself to learn how people operate.
So that's what woke means.
Many of our viewers are mentally unwell.
Don't just call out our viewers.
Yeah.
I was nervous, just really nervous. You're going to sit down, you're going to play this game and be funny now.
There was a year or 2 years where I was like, this is never gonna happen. I'm being trapped in this limbo. I will never be out of it. Why am I still doing this?
Florida man says he danced on patrol car in order to escape vampires.
So actually, you know this guy.
Hello, I am Ian Hecox. You may know me from Smosh. But today's not about me. It's about two of my employees, perhaps favorite employees. And today we're gonna answer some assumptions about them.
Hi, I'm Tommy. I'm on Smosh. I work for Smosh. I'm a comedian in the Los Angeles area, and I'm a Floridian.
I'm Spencer. I am also on Smosh, and I work at Smosh as the director of Smosh Games, which is somewhere I've been working for a long ass time. Mm-hmm. I'm also Floridian.
That's right.
How did both of you start at Smosh? What was your first video?
Yeah, there's this Bored AF video. I literally don't know why. They were like, Tommy, go do that. But I did. But I went and did it, and it was very easy.
Yeah.
Not like, oh, it's so easy, but it was like they made it easy.
Yeah.
The people that I was with, and then Defy shut down.
Yeah.
So I was in one video in the Defy thing, and then
You were only in one video
I was in
before
one-
Defy shut down.
That's correct.
Were you the reason why everything?
Yeah.
Don't look into it.
do not
Interesting.
dig.
That's a little sus. Spencer, speaking of sus, what was your first video?
There was this weird ass, and it was like rubber. It was this rubber ass, and it had a hole where the hole is, and they were putting different like scents in it.
That's insane.
And they were like, okay, now like go in and smell and guess what the scent is.
What the what?
What were we? What was
Okay,
going
I did not
on back
approve
then?
that content. Just putting it out there.
I remember it was controversial like then, which like says something.
You're right, for them.
Yeah.
We'll just end it there.
Yeah.
Let's move on to some assumptions.
Okay.
You automatically get to be on camera if you get a job at Smosh.
No. No. It took me years, even in like a cameo sort of way. It was probably 2 or 3 at least, I would think. What about you? I guess, how long had you been working there before?
Let's see. I think in 2017, August, I believe was my first. That was back at Defy. We had that, few months off. But when I came back, I think it took the full year until the crew Try Not to Laugh that I was in my second.
Oh, yeah.
And then from that moment, I was kind of like the swing.
Yeah, I remember that for...
I was like the last case scenario.
It's like, oh,
kind of
someone
person.
dropped out. Where's Tommy?
There's also a time in Smosh, I think post Defy collapse when we were with Mythical, where our cast had kind of shrunk. So there were times when it was like, oh crap, like, if somebody called in sick, it was like we didn't really have like a backup.
Right.
Fortunately, like we have really funny people that are in the crew that can kind of step in.
Very true. And when the pandemic was at its maximum height and like least known, that's when it was like, oh crap, we have 4 or 5 people that we have always. We need other people. And I think you also got brought in to a few things at that time. But that's when I felt like I was actually being used as cast for the first time and not some guy.
One of the kind of sub assumptions to this is that you can put yourselves in videos whenever you want.
Well, you cast.
I kind of can. So
you kind of can do
that's
that.
my privilege. I am uniquely privileged at Smosh because I am the director of Smosh Games. But, when I accepted the role as director, something I talked to a lot of people at, like during the interview process, was, trying to find that balance of putting myself in stuff where I think it would be stronger and like also, letting other people shine. I'll sometimes see comments like, oh, like Spencer like put himself in this one because he like wanted to do this. I'm like, honestly, a lot of times,
for real, I did.
They'll be like, we'll be like, oh, like we want to play that like a game and we're all dressed as wizards. I'm like, well, I would like to dress as a wizard, and I know I can't always dress as a wizard for every video, so I gotta pick and choose.
Well, you're also very good at gaming, and you have that knowledge, and I mean, I feel like you are the perfect person to have that privilege because you actually do add to the videos when you are in them. And I feel like you don't overstep that kind of boundary. You're like, it's well balanced. I don't feel like anyone has Spencer put himself in a video. It always feels very...
I've never gotten the feeling that like your ego got in the way of making the right decision for whether or not to cast yourself. I've never felt like you were just like, well, I want to be in that one.
Internally sometimes.
You had to get used to being perceived by so many people.
Yes and no. I've been performing on stage and a little bit on camera since I was in 5th grade or something. So being perceived like being in front of an audience, it's different. Online audiences are way different than like a live comedy audience. But then like seeing like comments and like how people take it, especially lately now that I'm like actually really more a cast member than I've been, having like haters now is like awesome. It's really crazy.
And I think something that is scary for me, and maybe like a reason I don't cast myself more, is I feel like I can kind of hide behind that. Well, like, if Spencer wasn't that good in a video, that's not even his main job. Like he's the director of the channel. Like, he doesn't have to be the best. Like, And if I was just cast, like if I'm ever hired as like just cast in something, like we were on the Dropout thing, and I was like, this is kind of my first time doing something where it's like, there's no like kind of role to hide behind. There's
You're
no
hired
like,
as a personality.
It's like I'm hired to be like funny or entertaining,
Interesting.
and that's
Yep.
really scary. The perception stuff was really hard for me at first, but not in an audience facing way, in the room facing way. Like
Oh,
I didn't
interesting.
like turning it on for like a room if like I was nervous, just really nervous to like, okay, like sit, like you're gonna sit down, you're gonna play this game, it's like and be funny now. And that was scary to be perceived in the room. I'm like, what if they think it sucks? And so that's like, I think even now I still will play to like, if like Brennan's behind a camera and if I like hear Brennan laugh, I'm like, okay, we're good.
We got it.
I almost like the audience at home like does not feel real to me. Like
Interesting.
almost ever.
It was like a light dissociation in a healthy way.
Do you feel that way when we do our big like live ticketed events where there's
like a live audience?
people that are watching live on stream? Do you feel that same way?
No, even live streaming also feels like a little like fake in a way. And I think that's how I had to
Frame it in your
process
mind,
it, where,
yeah.
it's like, you're ultimately playing to the person like sitting across from you.
Right.
I think once you start thinking about the audience, things change. Things
think
really
about it
change.
I think about it in the same way. Like it's because I have issues with like public speaking and like, being in front of people. Like that's really nerve wracking for me, but it's never fazed me for a YouTube video ever. But let's move on to the next one. They have to hide their true sense of humor to fit in with Smosh.
Oh, I think no.
Yeah.
I fear not. I think you and I are very like we dance at the line. We never cross it, but we're like lee.
I think we've helped each other, in that sense where it's like I think we find kind of the same things funny.
Yeah.
Or like that same like envelope pushing, but I think we all help each other find the line. Like and Ian too. Like I think we all talk about it like before or after. And the nice part of it is, we're all involved in kind of every step of the way. So it's like, hey, I don't know if this worked or if this was too much. We can kind of talk to each other about it and get feedback, which is rare. But I think the fact that we all care about that is good. So no, I have not had to really
Me either.
change.
When I first got on camera, I made a deal with myself that I wasn't going to change a single part of myself for this on-camera version of me, because I couldn't live with like the idea of like splitting who I am and who I am on, you know what I mean? Like that weirds me out. So it's like, I know I will always be me.
Yeah.
Like I will deliver who I am. And if I just go in as me, then it'll always be me. And if it doesn't work, then I'm not supposed to be doing this.
So here's the next one. They didn't want to be on camera. It just happened.
No, as a performer and comedian in LA, I hate being on camera and I never wanted it. It's crazy that it happened. I moved to LA to work in comedy. That was the loose goal I gave myself so that I wouldn't disappoint myself if I didn't do that. So that wasn't the path that I saw myself doing. But once it started to happen and I was like, oh, this is kind of just like filmed improv. Like it's personality filmed improv and I can just be funny and make my jokes and all that kind of stuff. After 1 or 2 or 3 times being on camera, I was like, I love this. This is not easy, but like comes naturally. The assumption is actually the opposite. It's like I was trying so hard to make it work for me and for them, and it only recently kind of fell into place. I mean, this industry is people decide what jobs you have. There are people that go, you can do this, you cannot do this. They are the gatekeepers, they are the door people. There was a year or 2 years where I was like, this is never gonna happen. I'm being trapped in this limbo. I will never be out of it. Why am I still doing this? After I didn't have someone restricting me, I was able to, have conversations and now I'm on camera like I wanted. And I feel very privileged and excited and grateful that I, stuck it out. And I love where I work and I love the people I work with. Like it all kind of like, it's like the reward of, going through the desert. And now I'm just in this beautiful like ocean paradise.
I didn't start wanting to be on camera. And then I was editing Smosh games for years. And after a while, the old Smosh Games crew, they did this thing where they made it look really easy. They made it look like they didn't try at all, or, that they could just sit down, play a game, and just
send it out. And I was like, I can do that. Like, you know, after years and years, I think as an editor especially, you kind of build up, resentment's a strong word, but you almost build up this false confidence. I don't know if this happened to you, where it's like you watch so many like performances and you cut out so many bad things that you're like, oh, I could do this. Like, you know, I could, like, you know, if I were in this situation, I would do this. And then after kind of years of that, I talked to Matt and I was like, hey, this was in between Defy and Mythical. And I was like, I want to be on camera on Smosh Games. And he was like, you know, we'll work on it. Because I hadn't shown any on-camera talent at all. And the first couple of videos that I was put in were kind of a disaster. Not a disaster, but...
Disaster for you or disaster for the video?
I would say both, I guess. Like, you know, because I was like, oh...
And then you were able to see yourself in these videos when you're editing.
Yeah, and I'm like...
is that when you kind of like realize like, oh, this isn't...
I was realizing it in the video. Like, I was like, oh, I don't have anything to say. Like, I have nothing to say. Because, you know, part of it was shyness. Part of it was, you know, it's hard to talk and play video games at the same time. It's getting in the mindset, which I think we've all kind of had to do, being able to get in that mindset so quickly where it's like, okay, I'm on camera, time to be a little more outgoing. Because my default is just like...
Right.
Like, I go home and I sit in a dark room for 15 hours every day.
That's so healthy.
Yeah. Luckily, they kept giving me enough chances to where I think I did come out of my shell a little more, and that's where I am today. But there was a moment that something did switch in me where I was like, I do want to be on camera because I think I can do it.
You found that
I found
push that you need,
Yeah, and I was like, well, you know, what comes after editing these videos?
I think both of us had that kind of like, this can't be the thing forever. Like, so I'm glad we found our next thing, which is the same thing, which is great. But yeah, definitely there was that, like, this is my job. I edit Facebook videos. Like, I work on the social team. Like, there's got to be more to this.
This is sort of related to when y'all both started being on camera, but they feel imposter syndrome because they didn't have to audition.
Can I say something crazy?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever really felt imposter syndrome. I hear so many people complain about it, and I'm just like, I'm like, oh, I don't think anyone's like that special. Like, I think if they put me in like a movie and they're like, hey, you're like the star of the movie, I'd be like, are you sure? Are you sure? But
you have reverse imposter syndrome where you're like, you chose me. All right, I'm gonna be me then.
Yeah, I have worked hard and earned a lot of what I have. Like, I've also been super lucky. Like, like luck plays a huge factor in my whole life. But I think I deserve this. That sounds crazy.
No, I agree.
Sounds crazy.
I think you do.
Yeah, like I don't think any of us don't. Like, I can't imagine like if someone expressed like, hey, like I don't think like I'm you know, I feel like an imposter in this situation.
That's very sus.
I'm like that, bro. That's sus. Vote to kick. Chat. Do we kick this guy?
Yeah, we kick him. Block him.
I don't.
The question being, have you felt imposter syndrome because you didn't have to audition? No, like, not at all. Imposter syndrome in a kind of like, in a way where it's like there are people that like have auditioned, especially more lately, where I'm like, oh, well, you guys are like super, super talented. Not that I'm not talented. I don't know. I don't know if it's...
I agree, because I was going to say it's the video where Amanda and I play your parents, where we play House Party.
Yeah.
It was kind of one of my first like small videos with Amanda, and Amanda is like a professional comedian. And I felt... I don't know if imposter syndrome is
But you're like struggling to like keep up.
Yeah, I was like, how am I going to keep up? I felt out of my league, which, you know, I guess is a sort of imposter syndrome.
I had a similar thing where I was like, oh, Shane's like
Shane
comparative wise, which you shouldn't compare yourself to other people's journeys, but like Shane's on the Goldbergs and like Amanda's doing all this stuff. And all of us are fighting to do the same thing. Like, we're all on Smosh as personalities. That's all of our... You know, they want to be on Smosh. You know, it's like we're all here together. We've all reached the same conclusion. There's no need to compare our skill sets, our histories, where we're at, because we're all happy and doing this thing together.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we all made it to this point.
They want to become full-time cast members and stop working behind the scenes.
Full-time cast members doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah,
everyone that is a full-time cast member has a secondary job to do. I feel like we are full-time cast members as we work full-time and are on the cast. We are looped into everything that's cast. We are respected as cast. We are invited to things, booked on things as part of the Smosh cast. So I feel like we are full-time cast members. But yes, I have social stuff to do, not as much as I used to. And like now you're in this great position to be able to cast yourself and come up with these awesome video ideas. So, I mean, even our other full-time cast members have jobs that they are expected to do. That just doesn't exist anymore. So I would love to never edit again. And I'm at a point now where I don't really have to, which is great. But I still have something to do. And I feel like if I didn't have something to do, I'd just be sitting around sometimes being like, why the would they want me to just sit around? Now that's not you have 3 edits a day and it's the reason why you can't be on camera. Like breaking free of that restriction was important to me.
I would love to slow down, I think, on the behind the scenes stuff, but it's not possible really at this point.
Right. We're at a nonstop.
Yeah. Because I would like to it's a game of choosing where to put all your energy into. That's not to say I don't love the director aspect of it. Like it's really fun to, direct you guys and be in the room with you guys when you guys are playing a game and kind of like, help you guys get in the mindset and also like, camera or sound or editing, because all those processes are so cool to me. Like I love being able to pick anyone's brain about like, any technical things. I did want to be like a filmmaker for a long time, and I think to do that, you have to have an appreciation for you also have to know something about it.
I think that's what makes you a great director. And I mean, fingers crossed, me like a decent on-set talent. Because we've done multiple things, we know how it will look in the edit while we are filming it.
I think that's what makes a creator is like being able to understand the whole process.
Absolutely.
Lighting was the one thing I was like, I'm not doing that.
Oh yeah, I mean my
Brennan, I was like, Brennan, you take that. I would bring him lights. I would hand him lights up on ladders.
That's good.
But that was if they were like, hey, like point this, like make a 3-point lighting. I was like, I can't. I'm sorry, boss.
All right, we got a spicy assumption here. You ready? You guys ready for this? They want to leave Smosh and start their own channels.
The idea of doing something like that is cool. It's just so scary.
Yeah,
absolutely. And it's taking such a leap of faith, or it's such a gamble where that I might start to feel. And again, I don't know if it's imposter theory, but it's like, do I deserve this like solo platform? Because I've only kind of existed within the context of Smosh for so long.
Some would say that's imposter.
Yeah.
Because you're already on YouTube and you already are doing it.
Yeah, but it's like, who's going to watch just me? Like, I guess it's like, and what do I have to say? Like, I think in a group, you at least have someone to talk to. Like, and to me, the only time I really do feel insane is talking to a camera with no one in the room.
I think you could absolutely do it. I just don't know if you'd be happy.
I quit. No.
I think, I mean, a solo Spencer channel, I would watch it.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and it's right now we have the support system, and it's such a collaborative workforce. I don't think I would ever want to leave that kind of thing behind. Not to be like, oh, I'll never leave Smosh, but it's like, why would I want to work solo? It feels so isolating. I don't have that level of confidence, I would say.
I guess I do.
Well, we're different.
Okay, I mean, that's true. That's true. You do have your own channel.
I have my own YouTube channel, Tommy Bones. Check it out. I had this idea, serving where we look at stupid pictures of bullshit and decide whether it's or not. And I did it. I brought my buddy in who works with me all the time, who is a good producer. I fleshed the show out. We filmed it all in one day. That was me exploring, like, should I go do a solo YouTube thing?
But like even that show, like, and not that it's not your passion project, but it's like, I think when I think of like a solo YouTuber, I think of someone like in their room just with the camera.
Commentary.
Yeah.
Well, so that's what you would do, probably.
Maybe. Okay. I don't really, I have a video essay idea. Maybe I'll work on that sometime.
Tried one of those. Remember?
On Smosh Games.
Yeah.
I think it's good. It was not on the right. I wonder if we pushed it again. Like if we were like, hey, Like, I think the climate's more right. Like, I think the audience would want it more now.
Interesting.
'Cause fun
You should
fact,
do
there's
it.
a Tommy video essay on the Smosh Games channel. Go and find it. See if you can find it.
See if you can find it.
Sort by least viewed.
Yeah, literally.
Speaking of other times, the times before, here's an assumption. They missed the Defy era.
No.
Kinda. I think so. Everyone is really fast to shit on Defy. There are advantages to working in a huge company like that.
With endless money.
With endless money, where it's like, I mean, the shit they were, Summer Games, it was like, well, here's the money, and like, all y'all get to stay here for a week, and Spencer, you get to go.
Right.
Like
See,
Spencer, who is nobody. Like, and I was like, oh, this is fucking sick. There were opportunities that come with having such a big company, and there's also, I mean, selfishly, there's you get to be a little lazier. Because there's a huge machine pushing you, and you're all like kind of being pushed by the machine. Whereas now it's like, well, we kind of are the machine. Like it's like if I stop doing my work for a day,
Shit's gonna fall apart.
It's like, whoa, what happened?
Right.
Whereas Defy was like, well, yeah, like there is a comfort from a big.
Yeah, the lines of accountability were not that strong. in
Yeah.
Defy. There was a lot of there was a few people that were coasting.
Yeah, and I don't want to say I was ever coasting there because I was working really hard, but like, there was still space to. I cannot emphasize how much Binding of Isaac I played at
That's awesome.
But it was because I would get my edits done early.
Right.
But it's like, now it's like if I get something done early here, it's like, well, shit, like I better move on to the next thing so I can get even further ahead. But I guess like miss is a strong word, but it's like I have a lot of fond memories of that era.
There was good things.
Yeah.
Good things and bad things, yeah.
Yeah, no, and it's like, no, and also like I was also so far removed from the creative like demands of that big company. I don't have those like negative associations that I can only imagine how all of y'all old people, no, all of y'all, just people who've been there since the very beginning, where it was like your baby, like, that's so different. Whereas me, it was just like, yeah, it's just a job.
I want to ask a couple questions related to cast, the rest of the cast. Working with the rest of the cast is intimidating.
No.
Yeah, at this point, absolutely not. At this point, it's like probably the best part of the job.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel so lucky getting to go in and work with such like non-judgmental, such talented but also non-judgmental people. It's such it's got to be so rare. Like, and I can only imagine, how envious someone would be of that. It's like, I get to walk in and like, there's like Amanda and Angela, like, goofing around.
Yeah, ready to play.
And it's like, and I get to
yeah.
walk right up and like, be a part of that conversation and, get paid essentially to like hang out with them. Like
And to flip it on its head, it's like some of these people probably were intimidated to work with us.
Yeah.
Because we've been there longer.
Yeah,
We know how things go more frequently. We know what the edit will be. Like,
yeah, we know the whole process.
We know the whole process front to back.
In a way that, like, I not for lack of interest, but they probably still don't understand the full process because they haven't like, they don't sit at the desk.
Right. They didn't get into. We all landed at the same spot. They didn't take the route of production to get to the spot. They have been freelance acters or whatever until they got to that spot.
So I think I know the answer to this. I think I know Spencer's answer to this next assumption. They have favorite cast members to perform with.
Ooh.
It's okay to play favorites, guys. I know it's not me, so I won't be offended.
I guess it kind of depends on the type of video.
Yeah, that's
like for
that would
something
be my
like
answer
this.
as well.
Tommy's like probably like the person I would want to do this with.
Thanks.
And then like it really depends on the thing. I mean, obviously, like I'm always getting joke. It's like Spencer does these videos like the guessing like movies and games from one frame like to hang out with Shane. I'm like kinda.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? That's the beauty of what we have right now. It's like it's fun to do with everyone, and every time you're almost like pleasantly surprised. By every new combination.
Okay. Yeah. So diplomatic answer. Boring.
The different dynamics between people are always the most exciting thing. I feel like I've bonded.
Boring.
Deeply.
Boring answer.
I'm answering. I'm getting to an answer.
That being said,
there are people.
Arasha.
There are people who have put time into knowing me. I love me some Courtney, Arasha, Amanda, Angela. Like these are the people that I've spent the most real time having like conversations with. So it's like also I feel like with Amanda and Angela specifically, like we have that like performer in LA,
Theater.
trained, kind of background. So
Yeah.
it's like we know what we can be like, well, I don't think we hit the game right. Let's go back
Yeah.
and like, okay, let's find the funny here. And we have a similar language or whatever. And yeah, I'm someone who like I respond well when people put effort into knowing who I am. Like that also like comes up in like my relationships. Like you need to ask me questions.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna force myself into something. So like I don't know. I love playing with everybody though. Everyone's incredible and so much fun and so funny.
Ian's sleep over there.
Yeah.
No, but like I was thinking dude, we streamed Clone Hero and it was like just me and Courtney for forever. I was like, I forgot how fun this is.
Yeah.
Like I forgot that Courtney and I have so much fun together.
All right,
And
you
then
guys aren't
came
gonna
in
you guys
and I was
aren't
like,
gonna answer the question, so I'm just gonna move on to the next one.
Like Amanda.
There used to be tension between Spencer and Tommy because of who memed it.
Huh?
Allegedly, you guys are
Oh
roasting each
yeah,
other.
but I don't think I've ever.
No, I've never had.
Mine was
any-
from like a place of homophobia.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I would like look forward to this feels like such a like diplomatic like answer where it's like, no, I look forward to you roasting me.
No,
but, like,
same.
but to me, truly, it's like, dude, like, what's he gonna get me on? Because I think that was something that because the roast has been such a like love language of Smosh, and I think Tommy and I really share that love language of roasts.
I love a good joke.
Yeah,
Make
like
fun of me
it's
and
like
give me a
it's like
good joke.
and if the more specific, the better.
Better, absolutely.
And I think you and I both get that about each other. So
Yeah.
like I've never felt. Here's the other thing. This could also be like kind of a hot take. I never felt like actually attacked by any of the roasts I ever got on any.
Me neither.
On any iteration of any funeral or any whatever we did. I always thought people went too easy on me, frankly, because like
Well, we
I've
can-
got these things in my head.
We can ramp it up. So let's get to some silly ones. This one's going to be rapid fire. Being on assumptions is at the top of Tommy's hierarchy of needs.
No, I made a meme for Who Memed It that we had 3 characters on Assumptions before me, a real human being, was on it.
This is true, yeah.
I thought that was
It's a
crazy.
banger video. Check it out.
It was just like a silly little thing of like, okay,
So the answer is yes.
So the answer is yes.
All right, great. So next assumption, Spencer is low-key overwhelmed by all the simping for him.
Again, it's like it doesn't feel real. It's not like
Interesting.
no one comes up to me on the streets like Spencer, like have my children. I do get some crazy DMs. I read that. I'm like, it's like a funny. It's like it's like opening a fortune cookie. I'm like, what crazy
Like,
shit
what
is it
could
gonna
this be?
say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy is sick of the gay mentally ill bit.
A little, not really. I mean, when I was first, I was the only gay person. Well,
I'm gonna start. I
gay
think you
man
still are.
or whatever.
I'm gonna start a conspiracy theory.
Okay, yeah. So it's like that was the bit that I leaned into because I was like, oh well, this is like my obvious thing that I can like put my perspective in there and kind of be like, see, I stand out.
My life, that's material, bro.
Right, exactly.
I think you've always been the captain of that ship, right? Because I don't know if anyone else has leaned into like Tommy's gay and mentally ill, right?
Maybe me.
I mean, like it's definitely something that I started, so it's like I'm not gonna not take accountability for that. I think now that I'm more mentally well, I'm like, we don't need to keep, thank you. Like, we don't need to keep making that joke because like I'm much more, but I'm also like, many of our viewers are mentally unwell. All of us are mentally unwell. I think that's a cool, relatable
don't just
thing.
call out our viewers.
Yeah.
They both have been married to Amanda Lehan Canto.
No comment.
It was a private ceremony.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You're choosing not to answer? No comment?
Have you,
No
have you
comment?
ever seen the show Big Love? It's like the opposite of that.
'Cause you're
She's
small.
She's Bill Paxton. Yeah, small love.
Small love.
Now we're going to get to a tier list. You're going to be ranking Florida Man headlines, being that you are both from Florida.
That's crazy.
Florida man caught driving booty patrol truck facing charges.
Oh, that's low.
What are the charges?
Yeah, I wish we knew the charges.
Yeah. I mean, a booty patrol truck is pretty funny.
That's great. I'd give it
That's
like a
kinda
C, probably.
Yeah, I think C.
Yeah, there's
C?
crazier
Okay.
stuff.
Did he have a female body inspector shirt on?
That would be
Dude,
great. He should.
That would have
That would
brought
have been
it
brought it to a
That would have
B.
been awesome.
Okay. Shirtless Florida man caught climbing tree like Tarzan after police chase.
Most Florida men are shirtless.
Yeah.
So that's not
It's
really
hot.
a qualifier. Yeah.
It's really hot.
It's really hot.
So to me, I get hung up on the climbing like Tarzan. Because to me, it's like swinging like Tarzan. Like when
Yeah,
you
what
climb
makes-
a tree
what
like
makes it
Tarzan.
Tarzan?
I'm going to say another C.
Yeah, I think the same thing. That's what I was going to
If
say.
he had swung as
He'd get a B.
Tarzan, I think an A or a B.
Yeah.
Florida woman tries to
woke.
bring 4-foot emotional support snake on plane.
That's an A.
That's kind of sick. Yeah, I'll give it an A.
Yeah.
An emotional support snake is really.
That's really funny because reptiles have no
They're
outward expression.
they're cold like in every way.
Yeah.
Florida man attacked during selfie with squirrel.
First of all, relatable. I've done that.
Yeah, with a seal.
I did that with
Florida
a seal.
squirrels are intense.
Florida squirrels are crazy. I'll say a B.
I was gonna say B.
We used to have them. They would shoot out of trash cans on my college campus. You'd walk by and like if you throw some out, and a squirrel go up.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Florida man charged with assault with a deadly weapon after throwing alligator through Wendy's drive-through window.
Okay, that's an S.
That's
yeah,
an S.
that's sick as fuck.
That's classic. That's good.
The alligator's probably so confused.
Oh, he's like, what is going
and
on?
did nothing. I mean,
No.
that's what you learn about alligators in Florida. It's like there could not be a less intimidating animal once you see them.
Oh, their brains are like
They are like
peanuts.
they purely just sit there.
Thousands of gun owners in Florida planning to shoot down Hurricane Irma.
Kind of
That's
an
S.
A or S to me. That's
an
just
S.
crazy enough to work.
That's like Florida logic where it's
Yeah.
like, hold on, wait a second.
Florida man tries to rob GameStop while wearing transparent bag on his head.
That's you.
That's an A.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's a
say
good one.
A or B.
Because he's probably choking. He probably can't breathe.
Yeah, maybe like the mist of his breath is what's
Yeah. Oh
obscuring
yeah.
the view,
Honestly, I'd be like,
the view of
well,
his head.
yeah.
Yeah.
Florida man denies drinking and driving, says he only swigged bourbon at stop signs.
That's iconic. Good for him. I'm gonna say that's a B.
Yeah. For bourbon.
B for bourbon. Brinkin' and Brivin.
Florida men use spaghetti sauce to start fire after burglary, deputies say.
To start a fire?
Yep.
Spaghetti sauce?
I'm gonna say C because I don't understand. How would you do that? Is it flammable?
This is some Florida men physics.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
This is
some-
beyond our
this is beyond our
understanding of
understanding.
Florida.
Yeah.
And
the world.
thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible maybe they threw some spaghetti sauce on like a junction box or something.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
What'd we say, B?
I say it's C.
C? Okay. C for, for
Even though they
spaghetti.
figured out a new way to start fire.
Give me enough spaghetti sauce and enough time.
Okay.
I can make anything.
Just rub it together.
Yeah.
Here's the last one. Florida man says he danced on patrol car in order to escape vampires.
So I actually know this guy. No.
That's smart, maybe.
I don't think it's smart. I don't see the logic in there. It's such a logical leap that it's like, how would he escape?
By dancing?
By dancing.
Well,
maybe if he had gotten in the,
Are we
it's
dancer?
like, or are we vampire?
yeah.
That's what the killers, so, the killers, I think, posited the theory where it's like, there are dancers and human,
Uh-huh.
and where's vampire on that scale?
Oh, that's what they were setting
So he
up.
was saying, I am not a human, I am a dancer, so why would you attack me? S. I've talked myself into an S.
You've very much confused me, so I'll say S.
Yeah.
Great. Well, that does it for our tier list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Very good. Very good.
Spencer, Tommy, I think we've cleared up all the assumptions about you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
We beat the assumptions.
Anything you want to plug?
Go watch Smosh games. Stay tuned for my I have a theory. It's like if you talk about something enough, like I'm gonna do this, like you kind of have to do it. So like, hey, well, keep your eyes out for my video essay.
Go watch my YouTube channel, Tommy Bones. I've got 5 episodes of Serving out right now, and 5 more coming before the end of the year. So stay tuned. They'll be out soon. Very fun.
You came from like the production side of things, right?
Like the social side.
Because I remember like you had like a desk like right outside like
Of the
my
writer's room.
office.
Yeah.
And you were working on social stuff, right?
That's right. Did you ever catch one of my farts?
Did I catch one of your farts?
Did you ever walk past and experience
what were you
the
eating?
notorious Tommy fart?
No. Did you have notorious farts? Do you still have notorious farts?
I mean, please. put a fart against mine, my fart's gonna win.
Oh, okay.
No, I was in my too much protein era, so that
I
was
think everyone was back then.
yeah, it was crazy back then.
It was a lot of protein, a lot of like hot sauce going around the office.
Yeah, it was a wild place to ingest anything.
What was that protein ice cream? Oof.
Oh god,
that shit sucked.
Yeah, that's like a. Anyway,